introduction to the poetry of Thomas Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by NoelBadrian. Poetry of Thomas Moore, selected and arranged by C. Lytton Falconer. To realize that the vogue of Moore among his contemporaries was second only to the vogue of Byron and the vogue of Scott requires something like an effort of the historical imagination. Yet so it certainly was, and not only so, but by virtue of the rapidity with which his early fame was achieved, the Irish poet, who had made his mark before either of his great coevals had become widely known, was for a long time considered their equal. Never during his life was he ranked in any lower grade than theirs. The senior, by 9 years, of Byron, Anacreon Moore was a celebrity in the salons of London before the author of Hours of Idleness had left Harrow, and although junior to Scott by almost as many years, Moore had published 3 separate volumes and had acquired a definite hold upon the public before The Lay of the Last Minstrel had appeared. That hold upon the public Moore retained to the end of his career, despite the extraordinary poetic fertility of the period in which he lived. No doubt Moore owed much of his sustained eminence to the circumstance that, in the great poetical tournament which the 19th century opened, he was the first to enter the lists. As Scott good-humouredly said to him, speaking of their numerous competitors, "We were in the luck of it to come before these fellows, whom we have taught to beat us with our own weapons." Yet the fact remains that despite the advent of the immortal band of moderns, of Byron and Shelley, of Wordsworth and Keats, Moore contrived to command, to the close of a long career, the unstinted applause of his contemporaries. That the praise thus bestowed on Moore was excessive hardly requires demonstration. If we take the most prosaic standard of merit possible, the standard of a publisher's appraisement of a writer's market value, we shall find, irrespective of all literary canons of criticism, a sufficient proof of it. No one considers, nor did any one even in the acme of Moore's popularity pretend to consider, Lalla Rookh the greatest poem which was produced in the extraordinarily fertile age in which it was written. Yet Longmans were willing to give the largest sum ever paid for a single poem for the right to publish Lalla Rookh, and that without seeing a line of the work. The natural enthusiasm of biographers provides a standard classification, even less trustworthy than that of the publishers. The eminent statesman whom Moore was indiscreet enough to name as his literary executor raised to the memory of his friend a monument of all that biography ought not to be. And even apart from the biographical infelicity, the critical authority of Lord John Russell does not stand high. But at any rate he was warm and sincere in his appreciation of his friend. And when he claims for the author of the Irish Melodies that of lyrical poets Moore is surely the first, if he cannot command our assent, at least he expresses a view which was held 3/4 of a century ago by some excellent judges of poetry. Nor is it certain that he was wrong in adding that, in the united excellence and abundance of his lyrical productions, no English poet can be compared with Moore. For the body of Moore's lyrical poems is unusually large, and their average excellence singularly well sustained. If the poet does not often soar to the topmost heights of Parnassus, he but seldom descends to its base. Setting aside the publishers and the biographers, it is more fruitful to inquire what were the opinions of Moore's poetical contemporaries. Byron's eulogy of some of the earlier Irish melodies as worth all the epics that ever were composed is hardly to be called criticism. but at any rate it is honest enthusiasm. Leigh Hunt, though taking a lower view of his friend's talent, considered that Moore was equally sure of present and future fame. Christopher North thought Moore to be the best of all songwriters, and actually held him to be the superior of Burns, in richness, in variety, in grace, in the power of art. While Scott, ever prodigal of generous praise, wrote of him as his equal and brother-in-arms. These high tributes to Moore's maturer fame are the more remarkable because he was not exempt from dispraise in his earlier career. The savage onslaught of Geoffrey in the Edinburgh Review need not be too seriously taken. It was applied only to Moore's earliest and least considerable volumes of original poetry, and its sting was drawn by the subsequent cordiality of the critic towards the young writer, whom he not undeservedly rebuked. That there was some justice in Geoffrey's needlessly acrimonious strictures on the poems of Mr. Thomas Little, as the most licentious of modern versifiers, and the most poetical of those who in our times have devoted their talents to the propagation of immorality, no one who has read the original volume will be inclined to deny. And that these verses produced not a little of the effect they were qualified to exercise is plain enough, not only from Byron's couplet in English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, which passed a just judgment on Moore's earliest book, but from the actual language of one of Byron's letters. I believe he wrote to Moore himself in 1820, "All the mischief I have ever done or sung has been owing to that confounded book of yours." Yet though these early verses exhibit too much of the prurience to which adolescence is prone, and though Byron's description of the young author as a melodious advocate of lust was not entirely undeserved, Carlyle's contemptuous verdict on Moore in later years as a lascivious triviality of great fame is certainly unwarranted and excessive. Moore's libertinism was harmless enough. As someone has said, he was only an amateur rake, and the tone of his amorous sallies has been admirably characterized in the description applied to the poet by one of his friends as an infant sporting in the bosom of Venus. In accounting for the marvellous success which a youth of barely 21, of humble origin and of Irish birth, took by storm in a few months the world of London, Moore's remarkable social and musical gifts must not be overlooked. Eminent as were his poetical qualities, Moore owed the rapid rise of his fame, in the first instance, not so much to his poetry as to his talents as a musician. He was, in fact, as has been justly said, a 19th-century troubadour whose spirit was equally sympathetic to music and to song. His attractive personality and extraordinary social talents had won him his way into the most exclusive coteries of London long before the poems which are his chief title to fame had been written. And the same engaging qualities served to retain for him a continuance of the same generous meed of exaggerated applause long after his poetical powers had manifestly declined from their zenith. There was about Moore, as Scott said, a manly frankness with perfect ease and breeding which was delightful, and his countenance, plain but animated, especially in speaking or singing, and more interesting than the finest features could have rendered it, contributed to the charm of his personality. The first instalment of the Irish Melodies, upon which Moore's enduring fame now mainly depends, did not appear till 1807. Lalla Rookh did not appear until 10 years later. Yet long before either of them had been published, the youthful son of John Moore, a small grocer in Dublin, so Moore described himself to the Prince Regent, had become the protégé of Holland House, and had earned fame enough to be deemed a mark for the denunciations of Geoffrey and the lampoons of Byron. The peculiar source of Moore's musical effects have been often described, and the tradition still lingers of his marvellous power over the emotions of his audience. N.T. Willis, in his Pencillings by the Way, has given in a few sentences a wonderfully vivid sketch of his after-dinner performances. He makes no attempt at music. It is a kind of admirable recitative, in which every shade of thought is syllabled and dwelt upon, and the sentiment of the song goes through your blood, warming you to the very eyelids and starting your tears, if you have a soul or senses in you. I have heard of a woman's fainting at a song of Moore's. But successes of this sort have their drawbacks. They inevitably provoked criticisms which labelled Moore, unjustly enough, as no more than a carpet poet. And in any case, it was impossible that impressions thus created should retain their power when the source of them was withdrawn. It was no wonder that the magic of such a personality should have cast a spell over his contemporaries, which distorted their judgment of his purely poetical qualities, or that with such gifts Moore should have retained, for something like half a century, the affectionate homage of many of the most eminent Englishmen of his time. But it was certain that as the memory of the man inevitably faded, the fame of the poet should become tarnished. Setting aside his juvenile efforts, Moore's poetical claims rest upon three classes of poetry, viz., the narrative poems, of which Lalla Rookh is the chief, and, indeed, practically the only serious example; the satirical poems, which constitute so large a portion of his total production; and the songs and lyrical pieces, mostly comprised in the Irish melodies, national airs, and sacred songs, but also scattered through his miscellaneous pieces, and interspersed, after the manner of Scott and Byron, in the longer poems. A word may fitly be said here on each of these chief divisions into which Moore's work naturally falls. Lalla Rookh has long since fallen into a disrepute almost as undeserved as the extravagant admiration once bestowed on it. Perhaps it would be difficult to indicate its characteristic merits more clearly than by noting that it is in France, and at the hands of a French critic, that the work has latterly received the most respectful treatment. For the poem, like the genius of its author, has qualities of brilliancy, alike of conception and execution, which are distinctively French. We may hesitate, indeed, to say, with M. Vallat, that for the excellence of its poetry, as well as for the power of invention and execution which it displays, Lalla Rookh is one of the finest poems in the English language. But it is impossible to deny the abundant fertility of fancy, the luxuriant profusion of imagery, or the facile command of graceful diction which it displays throughout. It is true that, as Hazlitt has observed, its brilliancy is too continuously glittering, and its ornament lavish beyond the limits of good taste. The atmosphere, intended to be redolent of the odours of the East, is sometimes merely reminiscent of the atmosphere of a hairdresser's shop. Yet if, as Geoffrey justly said, Moore in his Lalla Rookh dazzles rather than enchants us, it is undeniable that he has given us not a few passages of great descriptive power, of singular narrative charm, and of delicate imaginative art. An element alike of contemporary strength and of posthumous weakness in Moore's popularity lay in the fact that a very large part of his work, perhaps a third of the whole, was devoted to political satire. For political satire, dependent as it is for its effect on the salt of pointed personal allusion, but seldom preserves for posterity the savour which it possessed for those for whom it was written. To achieve immortality in this sort of composition requires in the author satirical genius of the highest kind, and even such genius may not be sufficient if the objects of the satire are not themselves so illustrious or so notorious as to attract the interest of ages later than their own. even the genius of Dryden might have failed to make Absalom and Ahithophel immortal, had his satire embalmed a chicanery less distinguished than the intrigues of the politicians of the Restoration. And Zimri himself might have been forgotten, had the portrait been drawn from an original less unhappily distinguished than Buckingham. Even the undying absurdity of human nature, to use Moore's own phrase, is insufficient to render the most successful ridicule intelligible to future times and generations without such aids as these. That in spite of these drawbacks and disabilities, many of Moore's political pasquinades are still readable is a high testimony to his powers as a satirist. One does not, of course, include in this category his more serious efforts in political satire. In such set pieces as Corruption, Intolerance, and The Sceptic, in which he assumed the role of the heavy father, Moore attempted a part quite unsuited to his powers. Yet even here there are strokes that should not be forgotten, as, for example, in the lines in which, disgusted with the failure of the Cabinet of all the Talents to realise any of the golden visions of reform which the advent to power of Fox and his adherents had conjured up, he castigates his friends the Whigs. But bees on flowers alighting cease to hum, so settling upon places Whigs grow dumb. Nor could the change from the prerogatives of Tudor or Stuart sovereignty to the mild sway of modern constitutional monarchy be expressed with more terse felicity than in the couplet, "That ponderous sceptre, in whose place we bow to the light talisman of influence now." These serious pieces have, however, been long forgotten, and they have been forgotten deservedly. The lines just quoted are the only ones that justify Corruption. How many a doubt pursues, how oft we sigh, when histories charm, to think that histories lie, is a couplet perhaps worth rescuing from The Sceptic. Intolerance, however, is quite intolerably turgid. It was far otherwise with Moore's lighter satirical vein. In the Twopenny Post Bag, the Fudge family in Paris, and the Fables for the Holy Alliance, the subjects are not beneath the dignity of poetry, though many of the allusions are lost to the modern reader. Castlereagh and Eldon, to name two of the most frequent targets for the most pointed arrows of Moore's deftly feathered wit, have still life enough in them to give point to the quips which so much delighted the England of the Regency. And in the Congress of Vienna and the Holy Alliance, Moore was fleshing his sword in the greatest personages and the greatest events of the 19th century. For lightness of touch, appositeness of ridicule, and genuine mirth-provoking wit, some of Moore's work in this kind is unsurpassed and unsurpassable in English satire. Some of the pieces may perhaps be matched for adroit dexterity and sprightly allusion in the Rolliad, and nothing in Moore is quite equal to the sustained ferocity of invective worthy of a metrical Junius, which distinguishes some of the poetry of the anti-Jacobin. But if Canning, in a few pieces, The New Morality, for instance, excels Moore in the power of transmitting the scourge of ridicule through succeeding periods, with a lash still fresh for the back of the bigot and the oppressor, under whatever new shapes they may present themselves, neither Canning nor anyone else is comparable to Moore for the extent and variety of his humorous political verse. Except in rare cases, the shafts of Moore's wit leave no sting behind. His humour is continually softened by his good humour. There was no malignity about his wit, and few of the objects of his ridicule cherished any real resentment against him. One of the most creditable anecdotes recorded of George IV is that in which Lockhart represents the Regent as quoting with good-tempered amusement Moore's most brilliant lampoons upon himself. It is not, however, by Lalla Rookh or any of the more ambitious performances in which he sought to rival the most splendid of his contemporaries, nor yet by his political satires, admirable as they are, that Moore's place in the poetical firmament is to be determined. It is as the lyricist of the Irish Melodies that his light will shine enduringly, not indeed with the power of a star of the first magnitude, but with a lustre peculiarly its own. It is significant of the saving good sense which lay at the root of his character that Moore himself felt and recognized that it is on these songs that he must base his claim to lasting fame. However great his disappointment at the verdict of the best critics on his more grandiose efforts, he ended by recognizing its justice. In the introduction to the 4th volume of his complete works, he concludes his account of the Melodies by styling them the only work of my pen, as I very sincerely believe, whose fame, thanks to the sweet music in which it is embalmed, may boast a chance of prolonging its existence to a day much beyond our own. And, in Dear Harp of My Country, he has given poetical expression to the same sentiments. I was but as the wind, passing heedlessly over, and all the wild sweetness I waked was thy own. The generous modesty with which Moore is thus content to ascribe the fame of the Melodies to their music is unjust to their merit as poetry. It is true, indeed, that those who only know these songs in association with the airs to which they are set will sometimes find a difficulty in appreciating their value considered simply as poems, so exquisitely intimate is their union of music and poetry. The music lingers in memory, and dominates the impression which the words alone should produce. The very success with which the poet subordinates his songs to their setting militates against the appreciation of their poetical merit. Those, however, who read the Melodies simply as verse will find in them both the impulse and the form of genuine poetry. It is true that, as Tennyson, as candid a critic of the verse of other poets as he was fastidious in his judgment of his own, has observed, hardly anything in Moore is altogether what it should be. Even the best of his songs are lacking in the technical excellence which, had they not been written primarily for music, they would almost certainly have possessed. For the technical excellence of Lalla Rookh, and generally of Moore's work when unhampered by a musical context, is much greater than the technical excellence of the Melodies. It is doubtless to this defect that we must attribute the comparatively slender representation of Moore in the Golden Treasury, though even so exacting a critic as Mr. Palgrave would probably have admitted that the 5 pieces included in his anthology do not exhaust the list of Moore's songs which deserve the praise of that excellence in the whole as well as in the parts, which is the condition of inclusion in his collection. Though not all the Melodies derive their inspiration from patriotism, it may fairly be said upon the whole that what gives to these poems their chief distinction is their note of a simple, sincere, and natural patriotism. This sentiment of patriotism is a note as real and distinctive in the poems as the note of Celtic melancholy is distinctive in the music of the Melodies. Not merely do they supply, in their musical setting, the most successful example which poetry can present of the happy union of national song with national sentiment, but they breathe in every line the genuine love of fatherland which appeals to every Irish nature, and which accounts for the affection with which all the world over Moore is hailed by men of Irish blood as peculiarly the laureate of Erin. Not that Moore was at any time a patriot in the political sense. He was indeed the early friend of Robert Emmet, and there is no more winning trait in his character than his constant devotion to the memory of the friend whose fate inspired at least 3 of the most touching of his lyrics. Moore was also at all times the energetic champion of the rights of a creed to which, however lightly it may have sat on him, he remained true to the end. Friend as he was to the Whig leaders, whose support and favour were all his life long almost a vital element in his worldly prosperity, he did not hesitate to turn on them when they seemed to be false to their profession of solicitude for Ireland. It was anger at the desertion of the cause of Catholic emancipation by the colleagues of Fox that drew from him that witty satire on the Whigs already quoted, which redeems from worthlessness his otherwise turgid poem Corruption. And it further illustrates the depth of Moore's political feelings, that the only instances in which the arrows of his satirical wit ever seem to be poisoned by vindictiveness are those with which he assailed Castlereagh as the author of the Union. In other respects Moore's patriotism is singularly pure, singularly unsullied by his personalities. Few, if any, of the melodies, with the exception of When First I Met Thee, Warm and Young, which he himself tells us was intended as a rebuke to the Prince Regent's abandonment of the Whigs, were written with any reference to party politics. But his attachment to his native land was always deep and strong. And if, all his life through, he appeared to prefer the salons of Holland House or the pleasure grounds of Bowood to the society of his countrymen at home, it was doubtless because he felt in his own person the sentiments he attributes to the ancient bards of Ireland in the poem which stands first in this selection. Oh, blame not the bard if he fly to the bowers, where pleasure lies carelessly smiling at fame. He was born for much more, and in happier hours his soul might have burned with a holier flame. The string that now languishes loose o'er the lyre might have been a proud bow to the warrior's dart, and the lips which now breathe but the song of desire might have poured the full tide of a patriot's heart. That the poetry of Thomas Moore should find a place in the Golden Treasury series, with the poetry of Byron and of Shelley, of Wordsworth and of Southey, may perhaps excite a mild surprise in readers who had forgotten the eminence once occupied by the author of Lalla Rookh in the estimation of the public of his own day. So complete is the revolution wrought in literary taste by the criticism of the last generation, that the warmest lovers of literature have grown to disdain the school of poetry which most delighted their grandfathers. The exaltation of the moral over the merely picturesque elements in poetry, which it has been the business of most modern critics to inculcate, has thrown into disrepute that poetry of the fancy, of the affections, and of the lighter emotions, which was the principal preoccupation of the muse of Moore. But the notion that nothing in poetry can be considered as permanent and immortal which does not closely accord with the higher elements of our nature has perhaps been carried too far. It is as well to remind ourselves that the poetry which touches the heart, even if it does not reach the soul, is poetry all the same. What Macaulay wrote of the great poet with whose name that of Moore is so closely and so honourably linked, is true of the author of Lalla Rookh. He was guilty of the offence which of all offences is punished most severely. He had been overpraised. And if, more fortunate than his great contemporary, the immense popularity of Moore's engaging personality procured the postponement of the reaction against exaggerated eulogy until after his death, the posthumous penalty has been all the heavier. One must go back to Cowley for a parallel to the contrast between the brilliant noonday splendour of contemporary approbation and the darkness of the ensuing eclipse which Moore's case presents. And indeed it is curious how closely applicable to the Irish poet are Pope's strictures on the prodigy of the Restoration period. Who now reads Cowley? If he pleases yet, his moral pleases, not his pointed wit. Forgot his epic, nay Pindaric art, but still I love the language of his heart. And so of Moore, his ambitious poems, his loves of the angels, his Alciphron, and his imitations of Anacreon are almost as dead as the Davides or Pindarics of Cowley. But the Irish melodies, the true language of Moore's heart, endure and will endure. And though no one now dreams of bracketing Moore with Byron in the poetic hierarchy, the language with which Macaulay closed his summary of the qualities of the former might have been applied without very great exaggeration to the poetry of the latter. That much of his poetry will undergo a severe sifting, that much of what has been admired by his contemporaries will be rejected as worthless, we have little doubt. But we have as little doubt that after the closest scrutiny there will still remain much that can only perish with the English language. The text of the collected editions of Moore's poetical works in 10 volumes, published in 1841 to 1842, has been followed in these selections. End of the introduction of Poetry of Thomas Moore, selected and arranged by C. Lytton Falconer. Section 1. From Irish Melodies, Part 1, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. O blame not the bard. O blame not the bard, if he fly to the bowers where pleasures lie, carelessly smiling at fame. He was born for much more, and in happier hours his soul might have burned with a holier flame. The string that now languishes loose o'er the lyre might have bent a proud bow to the warrior's dart, and the lip which now breathes but the song of desire might have poured the full tide of a patriot's heart. But alas for his country, her pride is gone by, and that spirit is broken which never would bend. O'er the ruin her children in secret must sigh, for 'tis treason to love her, and death to defend. Unprized are her sons till they've learnt to betray, undistinguished they live, if they shame not their sires. And the torch that would light them through dignity's way must be caught from the pile where their country expires. Then blame not the bard, if in pleasure's soft dream he should try to forget what he never can heal. Oh, give but a hope, let a vista but gleam through the gloom of his country, and mark how he'll feel. That instant his heart at her shrine would lay down every passion it nursed, every bliss it adored, while the myrtle, now idly entwined with his crown, like the wreath of Harmodius, should cover his sword. But though glory be gone, and though hope fade away, thy name, loved Erin, shall live in his songs. Not even in the hour when his heart is most gay will he lose the remembrance of thee and thy wrongs. The stranger shall hear thy lament on his plains, the sigh of thy harp shall be sent o'er the deep, till thy masters themselves, as they rivet thy chains, shall pause at the song of their captive and weep. End of poem. Erin, the tear and the smile in thine eyes. Erin, the tear and the smile in thine eyes blend like the rainbow that hangs in thy skies, shining through sorrow's stream, saddening through pleasure's beam. Thy suns with doubtful gleam weep while they rise. Erin, thy silent tear never shall cease. Erin, thy languid smile ne'er shall increase, till, like the rainbow's light, thy various tints unite, and form, in heaven's sight, one arch of peace. End of poem. Go where glory waits thee. Go where glory waits thee, but while fame elates thee, oh, still remember me. When the praise thou meetest to thy ear is sweetest, oh, then remember me. Other arms may press thee, dearer friends caress thee. All the joys that bless thee sweeter far may be, but when friends are nearest, and when joys are dearest, oh, then remember me. When at eve thou rovest by the star thou lovest, oh, then remember me. Think when home returning, bright we've seen it burning, oh, thus remember me. Oft as summer closes, when thine eye reposes on its lingering roses, once so loved by thee, think of her who wove them, her who made thee love them, oh, then remember me. When round thee dying autumn leaves are lying, oh, then remember me. And at night, when gazing on the gay hearth blazing, oh, still remember me. Then should music, stealing all the soul of feeling, to thy heart appealing, draw one tear from thee, then let memory bring thee strains I used to sing thee, oh, then remember me. End of poem. Oh, breathe not his name. Oh, breathe not his name, let it sleep in the shade, where cold and unhonoured his relics are laid. Sad, silent, and dark be the tears that we shed, as the night dew that falls on the grass o'er his head. But the night dew that falls, though in silence it weeps, shall brighten with verdure the grave where he sleeps. And the tear that we shed, though in secret it rolls, shall long keep his memory green in our souls. End of poem. When he who adores thee. When he who adores thee has left but the name of his faults and his sorrows behind, oh, say wilt thou weep when they darken the fame of a life that for thee was resigned? Yes, weep, and however my foes may condemn, thy tears shall efface their decree. For heaven can witness, though guilty to them, I have been but too faithful to thee. With thee were the dreams of my earliest love, every thought of my reason was thine. In my last humble prayer to the Spirit above, thy name shall be mingled with mine. O blessed are the lovers and friends who shall live the days of thy glory to see. But the next dearest blessing that heaven can give is the pride of thus dying for thee. End of poem. She is far from the land. She is far from the land where her young hero sleeps, and lovers are round her sighing. But coldly she turns from their gaze and weeps, for her heart in his grave is lying. She sings the wild song of her dear native plains, every note which he loved awaking. Ah, little they think, who delight in her strains, how the heart of the minstrel is breaking. He had lived for his love, for his country he died. They were all that to life had entwined him. Nor soon shall the tears of his country be dried, nor long will his love stay behind him. Oh, make her a grave where the sunbeams rest, when they promise a glorious morrow. They'll shine o'er her sleep like a smile from the west, from her own loved island of sorrow. End of poem. The harp that once through Tara's halls. The harp that once through Tara's halls the soul of music shed, now hangs as mute on Tara's walls as if that soul were fled. So sleeps the pride of former days, so glory's thrill is o'er, and hearts that once beat high for praise now feel that pulse no more. No more to chiefs and ladies bright the harp of Tara swells, the chord alone that breaks at night its tale of ruin tells. Thus freedom now so seldom wakes, the only throb she gives is when some heart indignant breaks to show that she still lives. End of poem. Rich and rare were the gems she wore. Rich and rare were the gems she wore, and a bright gold ring on her wand she bore. But oh, her beauty was far beyond her sparkling gems or snow-white wand. Lady, dost thou not fear to stray so lone and lovely through this bleak way? Are Erin's sons so good or so cold as not to be tempted by woman or gold? Sir Knight, I feel not the least alarm, no son of Erin will offer me harm, for though they love woman and golden store, Sir Knight, they love honour and virtue more. On she went, and her maiden smile in safety lighted her round the green isle, and blessed for ever is she who relied upon Erin's honour and Erin's pride. End of poem. As a beam o'er the face of the waters may glow. As a beam o'er the face of the waters may glow, while the tide runs in darkness and coldness below, so the cheek may be tinged with a warm sunny smile, though the cold heart to ruin runs darkly the while. One fatal resemblance, one sorrow that throws its bleak shade alike o'er our joys and our woes, to which life nothing darker or brighter can bring, for which joy has no balm and affliction no sting. Oh, this thought in the midst of enjoyment will stay, like a dead leafless branch in the summer's bright ray. The beams of a warm sun play round it in vain. It may smile in his light, but it blooms not again. End of poem. The Meeting of the Waters. There is not in the wide world a valley so sweet as that vale in whose bosom the bright waters meet. Oh, the last rays of feeling and life must depart ere the bloom of that valley shall fade from my heart. Yet it was not that nature that shed o'er the scene her purest of crystal and brightest of green. 'Twas not her soft magic of streamlet or hill. Oh, no, it was something more exquisite still. 'Twas that friends, the beloved of my bosom, were near, who made every dear scene of enchantment more dear, and who felt how the best charms of nature improve when we see them reflected from looks that we love. Sweet Vale of Avoca, how calm could I rest in thy bosom of shade with the friends I love best, where the storms that we feel in this cold world should cease, and our hearts, like thy waters, be mingled in peace. End of poem. The Legacy. When in death I shall calmly recline, O bear my heart to my mistress dear. Tell her it lived upon smiles and wine of the brightest hue while it lingered here. Bid her not shed one tear of sorrow to sully a heart so brilliant and light, but balmy drops of the red grape borrow to bathe the relic from morn till night. When the light of my song is o'er, then take my harp to your ancient hall, hang it up at that friendly door where weary travellers love to call. Then if some bard, who roams forsaken, revive its soft note in passing along, oh, let one thought of its master waken your warmest smile for the child of song. Keep this cup, which is now o'erflowing, to grace your revel when I'm at rest, never, oh, never its balm bestowing on lips that beauty hath seldom blessed. But when some warm devoted lover to her he adores shall bathe its brim, then my spirit around shall hover, and hallow each drop that foams for him. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2. From Irish Melodies, Part 2, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. We may roam through this world. We may roam through this world like a child at a feast, who but sips of a sweet and then flies to the nest. And when pleasure begins to grow dull in the east, we may order our wings and be off to the west. But if hearts that feel and eyes that smile are the dearest gifts that heaven supplies, we never need leave our own green isle for sensitive hearts and for sun-bright eyes. Then remember, wherever your goblet is crowned, through this world, whether eastward or westward you roam, when a cup to the smile of dear woman goes round, oh, remember the smile which adorns her at home. In England the garden of beauty is kept by a dragon of prudery placed within call, but so oft this unamiable dragon has slept, that the garden's but carelessly watched after all. Oh, they want the wild briery fence, which round the flowers of Erin dwells, which warns the touch while winning the sense, nor charms us least when it most repels. Then remember, wherever your goblet is crowned, through this world, whether eastward or westward you roam, when a cup to the smile of dear woman goes round, oh, remember the smile that adorns her at home. In France, when the heart of a woman sets sail on the ocean of wedlock is fortune to try, love seldom goes far in a vessel so frail, but just pilots her off and then bids her good-bye. While the daughters of Erin keep the boy ever smiling beside his faithful oar, through billows of woe and beams of joy, the same as he looked when he left the shore. Then remember, wherever your goblet is crowned, through this world, whether eastward or westward you roam, when a cup to the smile of dear woman goes round, oh, remember the smile that adorns her at home. End of poem. Let Erin remember the days of old. Let Erin remember the days of old, ere her faithless sons betrayed her, when Malachy wore the collar of gold which he won from her proud invader, when her kings with standards of green unfurled led the red-branch knights to danger, ere the emerald gem of the western world was set in the crown of a stranger. On Loch Nay's bank, as the fisherman strays, when the clear cold eve's declining, he sees the round towers of other days in the wave beneath him shining. Thus shall memory often, in dreams sublime, catch a glimpse of the days that are over. Thus, sighing, look through the waves of time for the long faded glories they cover. End of poem. The Song of Fionnuala. Silent, O Moyle, be the roar of thy water. Break not, ye breezes, your chain of repose. while, murmuring mournfully, Lear's lonely daughter tells to the night star her tale of woe. When shall the swan, her death note singing, sleep with wings in darkness furled? When will heaven, its sweet bell ringing, call my spirit from this stormy world? Sadly, O Moyle, to thy winter wave weeping, Fate bids me languish long ages away. Yet still in her darkness doth Erin lie sleeping, Still doth the pure light its dawning delay. When will that day star, mildly springing, Warm our isle with peace and love? When will heaven, its sweet bell ringing, Call my spirit to the fields above? End of poem. Believe me, if all those endearing young charms. Believe me, if all those endearing young charms, Which I gaze on so fondly to-day, Were to change by to-morrow, and fleet in my arms, Like fairy gifts fading away, Thou wouldst still be adored, as this moment thou art, Let thy loveliness fade as it will, And around the dear ruin each wish of my heart Would entwine itself verdantly still. It is not while beauty and youth are thine own, And thy cheeks unprofaned by a tear, That the fervour and faith of a soul can be known, To which time will but make thee more dear. No, the heart that has truly loved never forgets, But as truly loves on to the close, As the sunflower turns on her god when he sets The same look which she turned when he rose. End of poem. Erin, O Erin. Like the bright lamp that shone in Kildare's holy fane, And burned through long ages of darkness and storm, Is the heart that sorrows have frowned on in vain, Whose spirit outlives them, unfading and warm. Erin, O Erin, thus bright through the tears Of a long night of bondage thy spirit appears. The nations have fallen, and thou still art young, Thy sun is but rising when others are set, And though slavery's cloud o'er thy mornings hath hung, The full noon of freedom shall beam round thee yet. Erin, O Erin, though long in the shade, Thy star will shine out when the proudest shall fade. Unchilled by the rain, and unwaked by the wind, The lily lies sleeping through winter's cold hour, Till spring's light touch her fetters unbind, And daylight and liberty bless the young flower. Thus, Erin, O Erin, thy winter is past, And the hope that lived through it shall blossom at last. End of poem. After the battle. Night closed round the conqueror's way, And lightnings showed the distant hill Where those who lost that dreadful day Stood few and faint, but fearless still. The soldier's hope, the patriot's zeal, Forever dimmed, forever crossed. Oh, who shall say what heroes feel When all but life and honour's lost? The last sad hour of freedom's dream And valour's task moved slowly by, While mute they watched till morning's beam Should rise and give them light to die. There's yet a world where souls are free, Where tyrants taint not nature's bliss. If death that world's bright opening be, Oh, who would live a slave in this? End of poem. The origin of the harp. 'Tis believed that this harp which I wake now for thee Was a siren of old who sung under the sea, And who often, at eve, through the bright waters roved, To meet, on the green shore, a youth whom she loved. But she loved him in vain, for he left her to weep, and in tears all the night her gold tresses to steep, till heaven looked with pity on true love so warm, and changed to this soft harp the sea maiden's form. Still her bosom rose fair, still her cheeks smiled the same, while her sea beauties gracefully formed the light frame, and her hair, as let loose o'er her white arm it fell, was changed to bright chords uttering Melodies' spell. Hence it came that this soft harp so long hath been known to mingle love's language with sorrow's sad tone, till thou didst divide them, and teach the fond lay to speak love when I'm near thee, and grief when away. End of poem. Love's Young Dream. Oh, the days are gone when beauty bright my heart's chain wove, when my dream of life, from morn till night, was love, still love. New hope my bloom, and days may come of milder, calmer beam, but there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream. No, there's nothing half so sweet in life as love's young dream. Though the bard to purer fame may soar when wild youth's past, though he win the wise who frowned before to smile at last, he'll never meet a joy so sweet in all his noon of fame, as when first he sung to woman's ear his soul felt flame, and at every close she blushed to hear the one loved name. No, that hallowed form is ne'er forgot, which first love traced. Still it lingering haunts the greenest spot on memory's waste. 'Twas odour fled as soon as shed, 'twas morning's winged dream, 'twas a light that ne'er can shine again on life's dull stream. Oh, 'twas light that ne'er can shine again on life's dull stream. End of poem. Weep on, weep on. Weep on, weep on, your hour is past, your dreams of pride are o'er. The fatal chain is round your cast, and you are men no more. In vain the hero's heart hath bled, the sage's tongue hath warned in vain. O freedom, once thy flame hath fled, it never lights again. Weep on, perhaps in after days they'll learn to love your name, when many a deed may wake in praise that long hath slept in blame. And where they tread the ruined isle, where rest at length the lord and slave, they'll wondering ask how hands so vile could conquer hearts so brave. 'Twas fate, they'll say, a wayward fate, your web of discourse wove, and while your tyrants joined in hate, you never joined in love. But hearts fell off that ought to twine, and man profaned what God had given, till some were heard to curse the shrine where others knelt to heaven. End of poem. Noricrana. Lesbia hath a beaming eye, but no one knows for whom it beameth. Right and left its arrows fly, but what they aim at no one dreameth. Sweeter 'tis to gaze upon my Nora's lid that seldom rises. Few its looks, but every one, like unexpected lights, surprises. Oh, my Noricrana dear, my gentle, bashful Noricrana, beauty lies in many eyes, but love in yours, my Noricrana. Lesbia wears a robe of gold, but all so close the nymph hath laced it, not a charm of beauty's mould presumes to stay where nature placed it. Oh, my Nora's gown for me, that floats as wild as mountain breezes, leaving every beauty free to sink or swell as heaven pleases. Yes, my Nora Creina dear, my simple, graceful Nora Creina, nature's dress is loveliness, the dress you wear, my Nora Creina. Lesbia hath a wit refined, but when its points are gleaming round us, who can tell if they are designed to dazzle merely, or to wound us? Pillowed on my Nora's heart, in safer slumber love reposes, bed of peace, whose roughest part is but the crumpling of the roses. O my Nora Creina dear, my mild, my artless Nora Creina, wit, though bright, hath no such light as warms your eyes, my Nora Creina. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 3. From Irish Melodies, Part 3, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. By that lake whose gloomy shore, by that lake whose gloomy shore, skylark never warbles o'er, where the cliff hangs high and steep, young Saint Kevin stole to sleep. Here, at least, he calmly said, woman ne'er shall find my bed. Ah, the good saint little knew what that wily sex can do. 'Twas from Kathleen's eyes he flew, eyes of most unholy blue. She had loved him well and long, wished him hers, nor thought it wrong. Wheresoe'er the saint would fly, still he heard her light foot nigh. East or west, where'er he turned, still her eyes before him burned. On the bold cliff's bosom cast, tranquil now he sleeps at last, dreams of heaven, nor thinks that ere woman's smile can haunt him there. But nor earth nor heaven is free from her power, if fond she be. Even now, while calm he sleeps, Kathleen o'er him leans and weeps. Fearless she has tracked his feet to this rocky wild retreat, and when morning met his view, her mild glances met it too. Ah, your saints have cruel hearts. Sternly from his bed he starts, and with rude repulsive shock hurls her from the beetling rock. Glendalough, thy gloomy wave, soon was gentle Kathleen's grave. Soon the saint, yet too late, felt her love and mourned her fate. When he said, Heaven rest her soul, round the lake light music stole, and her ghost was seen to glide, smiling o'er the fatal tide. End of poem. At the mid-hour of night. At the mid-hour of night, when stars are weeping, I fly to the lone vale we loved, when life shone warm in thine eye. And I think oft, if spirits can steal from the regions of air to revisit past scenes of delight, thou wilt come to me there, and tell me our love is remembered even in the sky. Then I sing the wild song 'twas once such pleasure to hear, when our voices commingling breathed like one on the ear. And, as echo far off through the vale my sad horizon rolls, I think, O my love, 'tis thy voice from the kingdom of souls, faintly answering still the notes that once were so dear. End of poem. One bumper at parting. One bumper at parting, though many have circled aboard since we met. The fullest, the saddest of any, remains to be crowned by us yet. The sweetness that pleasure hath in it is always so slow to come forth, that seldom, alas, till the minute it dies do we know half its worth. But come, may our life's happy measure Be all of such moments made up. They're born on the bosom of pleasure, They die midst the tears of the cup. As onward we journey, how pleasant To pause and inhabit a while Those few sunny spots, like the present, That mid the dull wilderness smile. But time, like a pitiless master, Cries onward, and spurs the gay hours. Ah, never doth time travel faster Than when his way lies among flowers. But come, may our life's happy measure Be all of such moments made up. They're born on the bosom of pleasure, They die midst the tears of the cup. We saw how the sun looked in sinking, The waters beneath him how bright. And now let our farewell of drinking Resemble the farewell of light. You saw how he finished, by darting His beam o'er a deep billow's brim. So fill up, let's shine at our parting, In full liquid glory like him. And oh, may our life's happy measure Of moments like this be made up. 'Twas born on the bosom of pleasure, It dies mid the tears of the cup. End of poem. 'Tis the last rose of summer. 'Tis the last rose of summer, Left blooming alone. All her lovely companions Are faded and gone. No flower of her kindred, no rosebud is nigh, To reflect back her blushes, or give sigh for sigh. I'll not leave thee, thou lone one, to pine on the stem. Since the lovely are sleeping, go sleep thou with them. Thus kindly I scatter thy leaves o'er the bed, Where thy mates of the garden lie scentless and dead. So soon may I follow when friendships decay, And from love's shining circle the gems drop away. When true hearts lie withered, and fond ones are flown. Oh, who would inhabit this bleak world alone? End of poem. The Young May Moon. The young May moon is beaming, love. The glowworm's lamp is gleaming, love. How sweet to rove through Mourner's Grove, When the drowsy world is dreaming, love. Then awake. The heavens look bright, my dear. 'Tis never too late for delight, my dear. And the best of all ways to lengthen our days Is to steal a few hours from the night, my dear. Now all the world is sleeping, love, But the sage, his star-watch keeping, love, And I, whose star, more glorious far, Is the eye from that casement peeping, love. Then awake, till rise of sun, my dear, The sage's glass we'll shun, my dear, Or, in watching the flight Of bodies of light, He might happen to take thee for one, my dear. End of poem. The Minstrel Boy. The minstrel boy to the war is gone, In the ranks of death you'll find him. His father's sword he has girded on, And his wild harp slung behind him. Land of song, said the warrior bard, Though all the world betrays thee, One sword at least thy rights shall guard, One faithful harp shall praise thee. The minstrel fell, but the foeman's chain Could not bring his proud soul under. The harp he loved ne'er spoke again, For he tore its chords asunder, And said, no chains shall sully thee, Thou soul of love and bravery. Thy songs were made for the pure and free, They shall never sound in slavery. End of poem. Farewell, but whenever you welcome the hour. Farewell, But whenever you welcome the hour That awakens the night song of mirth in your bower, Then think of the friend who once welcomed it too, And forgot his own grief to be happy with you. His griefs may return, not a hope may remain Of the few that have brightened his pathway of pain, But he ne'er will forget the short vision that threw Its enchantment around him while lingering with you. And still on that evening, when pleasure fills up To the highest top sparkle each harp and each cup, Where'er my path lies, be it gloomy or bright, My soul, happy friends, shall be with you that night, Shall join in your revels, your sports and your wiles, And return to me, beaming all o'er with your smiles. Too blest if it tells me that, 'mid the gay cheer, Some kind voice had murmured, I wish he were here. Let fate do her worst, there are relics of joy, Bright dreams of the past which she cannot destroy, Which come in the night time of sorrow and care, And bring back the features that joy used to wear. Long, long be my heart with such memories filled, Like the vase in which roses have once been distilled. You may break, you may shatter the vase, if you will, But the scent of the roses will hang round it still. End of poem. While Histories Muse. While History's muse the memorial was keeping Of all that the dark hand of destiny weaves, Beside her the genius of Erin stood weeping, For hers was the story that blotted the leaves. But oh, how the tear in her eyelids grew bright, When, after whole pages of sorrow and shame, She saw History write, with a pencil of light That illumed the whole volume, her Wellington's name. "Hail, star of my isle," said the spirit all sparkling With beams such as break from her own dewy skies, "Through ages of sorrow, deserted and darkling, I've watched for some glory like thine to arise. For, though heroes I've numbered, unblest was their lot, And unhallowed they sleep in the crossways of fame. But oh, there is not one dishonouring blot On the wreath that encircles my Wellington's name. Yet still the last crown of thy toils is remaining, The grandest, the purest, even thou hast yet known. Though proud was thy task, other nations unchaining, Far prouder to heal the deep wounds of thy own. At the foot of that throne for whose weal thou hast stood, Go, plead for the land that first cradled thy fame, And, bright o'er the flood of her tears and her blood, Let the rainbow of hope be her Wellington's name. End of poem. The Time I've Lost in Wooing. The time I've lost in wooing, in watching and pursuing The light that lies in woman's eyes, has been my heart's undoing. Though wisdom oft has sought me, I scorned the lore she brought me. My only books were woman's looks, and folly's all they've taught me. Her smile, when beauty granted, I hung with gaze enchanted, Like him the sprite whom maids by night Oft met in glen that's haunted. Like him, too, beauty won me, But while her eyes were on me, If once their ray was turned away, Oh, winds could not outrun me. And are those follies going, and is my proud heart growing Too cold or wise for brilliant eyes Again to set it glowing? No, vain, alas, the endeavour From bonds so sweet to sever. Poor wisdom's chance, against a glance, Is now as weak as ever. The Time I've Lost in Wooing. The time I've lost in wooing, in watching and pursuing The light that lies in woman's eyes, has been my heart's undoing. Though wisdom oft has sought me, I scorned the lore she brought me. My only books were woman's looks, and folly's all they've taught me. Her smile, when beauty granted, I hung with gaze enchanted, like him the sprite whom maids by night oft met in glen that's haunted. Like him, too, beauty won me, but while her eyes were on me, if once their ray was turned away, oh, winds could not outrun me. And are those follies going, and is my proud heart growing Too cold or wise for brilliant eyes again to set it glowing? No, vain, alas, the endeavour from bonds so sweet to sever. Poor wisdom's chance, against a glance, is now as weak as ever. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 4. From Irish Melodies, Part 4, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. I saw from the beach. I saw from the beach, when the morning was shining, a bark o'er the waters moved gloriously on. I came when the sun o'er that beach was declining. The bark was still there, but the waters were gone. And such is the fate of our life's early promise, so passing the springtide of joy we have known, each wave that we danced on at morning ebbs from us, and leaves us at eve on the bleak shore alone. Ne'er tell me of glories serenely adorning the close of our day, the calm eve of our night. Give me back the wild freshness of morning. Her clouds and her tears are worth evening's best light. Oh, who would not welcome that moment's returning, when passion first waked a new life through his frame, and his soul, like the wood that grows precious in burning, gave out all its sweets to love's exquisite flame. End of poem. As slow our ship. As slow our ship, her foamy track against the wind was cleaving, her trembling pennant still looked back to that dear isle 'twas leaving. So loth we part from all we love, from all the links that bind us. So turns our heart, as on we rove, to those we've left behind us. When, round the bowl of vanished years, we talk with joyous seeming, with smiles that might as well be tears, so faint, so sad their beaming, while memory brings us back again each early tie that twined us. Oh, sweet's the cup that circles then to those we've left behind us. And when in other climes we meet some isle or vale enchanting, where all looks flowery, wild, and sweet, and naught but love is wanting, we think how great had been our bliss, if heaven had but assigned us to live and die in scenes like this, with some we've left behind us. As travellers oft look back at eve, when eastward darkly going, to gaze upon that light they leave, still faint behind them glowing, so, when the close of pleasure's day to gloom hath near consigned us, we turn to catch one fading ray of joy that's left behind us. End of poem. Forget not the field. Forget not the field where they perished, the truest, the last of the brave. All gone, and the bright hope we cherished gone with them, and quenched in their grave. Oh, could we from death but recover those hearts, as they bounded before, in the face of high heaven, to fight over that combat for freedom once more. Could the chain for an instant be riven, which tyranny flung round us then, No, 'tis not in man, nor in heaven, to let tyranny bind it again. But 'tis past, and, though blazoned in story the name of our victory may be, accursed is the march of that glory which treads o'er the hearts of the free. Far dearer the grave or the prison, illumed by one patriot name, than the trophies of all who have risen on liberty's ruins to fame. End of poem. The Parallel. Yes, sad one of Sion, if closely resembling in shame and in sorrow thy withered up heart, if drinking deep, deep of the same cup of trembling could make us thy children, our parent thou art. Like thee doth our nation lie conquered and broken, and fallen from her head is the once royal crown. In her streets, in her halls, desolation hath spoken, and while it is day yet, her sun hath gone down. Like thine, doth her exile, mid dreams of returning, die far from the home it were life to behold. Like thine do her sons, in the day of their mourning, remember the bright things that blessed them of old. Ah, well may we call her, like thee, the forsaken. Her boldest are vanquished, her proudest are slaves. And the harps of her minstrels, when gayest they waken, have tones mid their mirth, like the wind over graves. Yet hadst thou thy vengeance, yet came there the morrow, that shines out at last on the longest dark night, when the sceptre that smote thee with slavery and sorrow was shivered at once like a reed in thy sight. When that cup which for others the proud golden city had brimmed full of bitterness drenched her own lips, and the world she had trampled on heard without pity the howl in her halls and the cry from her ships. When the curse heaven keeps for the haughty came over her merchants rapacious, her rulers unjust, and a ruin at last for the earthworm to cover, the Lady of Kingdoms lay low in the dust. End of poem. Echo. How sweet the answer echo makes to music at night, when roused by lute or horn she wakes, and far away o'er lawns and lakes goes answering light. Yet love hath echoes truer far, and far more sweet, than e'er beneath the moonlight star of horn or lute or soft guitar the songs repeat. 'Tis when the sigh in youth sincere, and only then, the sigh that's breathed for one to hear, is by that one, that only dear, breathed back again. End of poem. And doth not a meeting like this make amends for all the long years I've been wandering away? To see thus around me my youth's early friends, as smiling and kind as in that happy day. Though haply o'er some of your brows, as o'er mine, the snowfall of time may be stealing, what then? Like Alps in the sunset, thus lighted by wine, we'll wear the gay tinge of youth's roses again. What softened remembrances come o'er the heart, in gazing on those we've been lost to so long. The sorrows, the joys, of which once they were part, still round them like visions of yesterday throng, as letters some hand hath invisibly traced, when held to the flame will steal out on the sight, so many a feeling that long seemed effaced. The warmth of a moment like this brings to light. And thus, as in memory's bark we shall glide, to visit the scenes of our boyhood anew, Though oft we may see, looking down on the tide, the wreck of full many a hope shining through, yet still, as in fancy we point to the flowers that once made a garden of all the gay shore, deceived for a moment, we'll think them still ours, and breathe the fresh air of life's morning once more. End of poem. Sing, sweet harp. Sing, sweet harp, oh sing to me some song of ancient days, whose sounds in this sad memory long buried dreams shall raise. Some lay that tells of vanished fame, whose light once round us shone, of noble pride now turned to shame, and hopes for ever gone. Sing, sad harp, thus sing to me, alike our doom is cast, both lost to all but memory, we live but in the past. How mournfully the midnight air among thy chords doth sigh, as if it sought some echo there of voices long gone by, of chieftains now forgot, who seemed the foremost then in fame, of bards who, once immortal deemed, now sleep without a name. In vain, sad harp, the midnight air among thy chords doth sigh, in vain it seeks an echo there of voices long gone by. Couldst thou but call those spirits round, who once in bower and hall sat listening to thy magic sound, now mute and mouldering all. But no, they would but wake to weep their children's slavery, then leave them in their dreamless sleep, the dead at least are free. Hush, hush, sad harp, that dreary tone, that knell of freedom's day, or, listening to its death-like moan, let me too die away. End of poem. Silence is in our festal halls. Silence is in our festal halls. Sweet son of song, thy course is o'er. In vain on thee sad Erin calls, her minstrel's voice responds no more. All silent as the Aeolian shell sleeps at the close of some bright day, when the sweet breeze that wakes its swell at sunny morn hath died away. Yet at our feasts thy spirit long, awakened by music's spell, shall rise, for name so linked with deathless song partakes its charm and never dies. And even within the holy fane, when music wafts the soul to heaven, one thought to him whose earliest strain was echoed there shall long be given. But where is now the cheerful day, the social night, when by thy side he who now weaves this parting lay, his skilless voice with thine allied, and sung those songs whose every tone, when bard and minstrel long have passed, shall still, in sweetness all their own, embalmed by fame, undying last? Yes, Erin, thine alone the fame, or, if thy bard have shared the crown, from thee the borrowed glory came, and at thy feet is now laid down. Enough, if freedom still inspire his latest song, and still there be, as evening closes round his lyre, one ray upon its chords from thee. End of poem. Dear harp of my country. Dear harp of my country, in darkness I found thee. The cold chain of silence had hung o'er thee long, when proudly, my own island harp, I unbound thee, and gave all thy chords to light, freedom, and song. The warm lay of love and the light note of gladness have wakened thy fondest, thy liveliest thrill. But so oft hast thou echoed the deep sigh of sadness, that even in thy mirth it will steal from thee still. Dear harp of my country, farewell to thy numbers, this sweet wreath of song is the last we shall twine. Go, sleep with the sunshine of fame on thy slumbers, till touched by some hand less unworthy than mine. If the pulse of the patriot, soldier, or lover have throbbed at our lay, 'tis thy glory alone. I was but as the wind, passing heedlessly over, and all the wild sweetness I waked was thy own. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 5. From National Airs, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Oft in the stilly night. Oft in the stilly night, ere slumber's chain has bound me, fond memory brings the light of other days around me. The smiles, the tears of boyhood years, the words of love then spoken, the eyes that shone, now dimmed and gone, the cheerful hearts now broken. Thus, in the stilly night, ere slumber's chain hath bound me, sad memory brings the light of other days around me. When I remember all the friends so linked together I've seen around me fall, like leaves in wintry weather, I feel like one who treads alone some banquet hall deserted, whose lights are fled, whose garlands dead, and all but he departed. Thus in the stilly night, ere slumber's chain has bound me, sad memory brings the light of other days around me. End of poem. Flow on, thou shining river. Flow on, thou shining river, but ere thou reach the sea, seek Ella's bower, and give her the wreaths I fling o'er thee. And tell her thus, if she'll be mine, the current of our lives shall be with joys along their course to shine, like those sweet flowers on thee. But if, in wandering thither, thou findest she mocks my prayer, then leave those wreaths to wither upon the cold bank there, and tell her thus, when youth is o'er, her lone and loveless charms shall be thrown by upon life's weedy shore, like those sweet flowers from thee. End of poem. So warmly we met. So warmly we met, and so fondly we parted, that which was the sweeter ev'n I could not tell. That first look of welcome her sunny eyes darted, or that tear of passion which blessed our farewell. To meet was a heaven, and to part thus another. Our joy and our sorrow seemed rivals in bliss. Oh, Cupid's two eyes are not liker each other in smiles and in tears than that moment to this. The first was like daybreak, new, sudden, delicious, the dawn of a pleasure scarce kindled up yet. The last like the farewell of daylight, more precious, more glowing and deep, as 'tis nearer its set. Our meeting, though happy, was tinged by a sorrow to think that such happiness could not remain, while our parting, though sad, gave a hope that tomorrow would bring back the blessed hour of meeting again. End of poem. Come, chase that starting tear away. Come, chase that starting tear away, ere mine to meet it springs. To-night, at least, to-night be gay, whate'er to-morrow brings. Like sunset gleams, that linger late, when all is darkening fast, are hours like these we snatch from fate, the brightest and the last. to gild the deepening gloom, if Heaven but one bright hour allow. Oh, think that one bright hour is given in all its splendour now. Let's live it out, then sink in night, like waves that from the shore 1 minute swell, are touched with light, then lost for evermore. End of poem. Those Evening Bells. Those evening bells, those evening bells, how many a tale their music tells, of youth and home, and that sweet time, when last I heard their soothing chime. Those joyous hours are passed away, and many a heart that then was gay within the tomb now darkly dwells, and hears no more those evening bells. And so 'twill be when I am gone, that tuneful peal will still ring on, while other bards shall walk these dells, and sing your praise, sweet evening bells. End of poem. Where are the visions? Where are the visions that round me once hovered, forms that shed grace from their shadows alone, looks fresh as light from a star just discovered, and voices that music might take for her own? Time, while I spoke, with his wings resting o'er me, heard me say, "Where are those visions, oh where?" And pointing his wand to the sunset before me, said, with a voice like the hollow wind, "There." Fondly I looked, when the wizard had spoken, and there, 'mid the dim shining ruins of day, saw, by their light, like a talisman broken, the last golden fragments of hope melt away. End of poem. Keep those eyes still purely mine. Keep those eyes still purely mine, though far off I be. When on others most they shine, then think they're turned on me. Should those lips, as now respond to sweet minstrelsy, when their accents seem most fond, then think they're breathed for me. Make what hearts thou wilt thy own, if, when all on thee fix their charmed thoughts alone, thou think'st the while on me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 6. From Sacred Songs, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. This world is all a fleeting show. This world is all a fleeting show, for man's illusion given. The smiles of joy, the tears of woe, deceitful shine, deceitful flow. There's nothing true but heaven. And false the light on glory's plume, as fading hues of even. And love and hope and beauty's bloom are blossoms gathered for the tomb. There's nothing bright but heaven. Poor wanderers of a stormy day, from wave to wave we're driven, and fancy's flash and reason's ray serve but to light the troubled way. There's nothing calm but heaven. End of poem. Weep not for those. Weep not for those whom the veil of the tomb in life's happy morning hath hid from our eyes, ere sin threw a blight o'er the spirit's young bloom, or earth had profaned what was born for the skies. Death chilled the fair fountain ere sorrow had stained it. 'Twas frozen in all the pure light of its course, and but sleeps till the sunshine of heaven has unchained it, to water that Eden where first was its source. Weep not for those whom the veil of the tomb In life's happy morning hath hid from our eyes, Ere sin threw a blight o'er the spirit's young bloom, Or earth had profaned what was born for the skies. Mourn not for her, the young bride of the vale, Our gayest and loveliest, lost to us now, Ere life's early lustre had time to grow pale, And the garland of love was yet fresh on her brow. Oh, then was her moment, dear spirit, for flying From this gloomy world while its gloom was unknown, And the wild hymns she warbled so sweetly, in dying Were echoed in heaven by lips like her own. Weep not for her. In her springtime she flew To that land where the wings of the soul are unfurled, And now, like a star beyond the evening's cold dew, Looks radiantly down on the tears of this world. End of poem. Sound the loud timbrel. Miriam's song. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. Exodus, chapter 15, verse 20. Sound the loud timbrel o'er Egypt's dark sea, Jehovah has triumphed, his people are free. Sing, for the pride of the tyrant is broken, His chariots, his horsemen, all splendid and brave. How vain was their boast, for the Lord hath but spoken, And chariots and horsemen are sunk in the wave. Sound the loud timbrel o'er Egypt's dark sea, Jehovah has triumphed, his people are free. Praise to the Conqueror, praise to the Lord, His word was our arrow, his breath was our sword. Who shall return to tell Egypt the story Of those she sent forth in the hour of her pride? For the Lord hath looked out from his pillar of glory, And all her brave thousands are dashed in the tide. Sound the loud timbrel o'er Egypt's dark sea, Jehovah hath triumphed, his people are free. End of poem. Is it not sweet to think hereafter? Is it not sweet to think hereafter, when the spirit leaves this sphere, Love, with deathless wing, shall waft her to those she long hath mourned for here? Hearts from which 'twas death to sever, eyes this world can ne'er restore, There, as warm, as bright as ever, shall meet us, and be lost no more. When wearily we wander, asking of earth and heaven, Where are they, beneath whose smile we once lay basking, Blest and thinking bliss would stay? Hope still lifts her radiant finger, pointing to the eternal home, Upon whose portal yet they linger, looking back for us to come. Alas, alas, doth hope deceive us? Shall friendship, love, shall all those ties That bind a moment, and then leave us, Be found again where nothing dies? Oh, if no other boon were given, To keep our hearts from wrong and stain, Who would not try to win a heaven Where all we love shall live again? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 7. From Early Poems, Ballads and Songs, Part 1, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. To Someone. That wrinkle, when first I espied it, At once put my heart out of pain, Till the eye that was glowing beside it Disturbed my ideas again. Thou art just in the twilight at present, When woman's declension begins, when, fading from all that is pleasant, she bids a good night to her sins. Yet thou still art so lovely to me, I would sooner, my exquisite mother, repose in the sunset of thee, than bask in the noon of another. End of poem. To someone. When I loved you, I can't but allow I had many an exquisite minute, but the scorn that I feel for you now hath even more luxury in it. Thus, whether we're on or we're off, some witchery seems to await you. To love you was pleasant enough, but oh, 'tis delicious to hate you. End of poem. A reflection at sea. See how, beneath the moonbeam's smile, yon little billow heaves its breast, and foams and sparkles for a while, then murmuring subsides to rest. Thus man, the sport of bliss and care, rises on time's eventful sea, and, having swelled a moment there, thus melts into eternity. End of poem. Chloris and Fanny. Chloris, if I were Persia's king, I'd make my graceful queen of thee, while Fanny, wild and artless thing, should but thy humble handmaid be. There is but one objection in it, that, verily, I'm much afraid I should, in some unlucky minute, forsake the mistress for the maid. End of poem. To Julia, weeping. Oh, if your tears are given to care, if real woe disturbs your peace, come to my bosom, weeping fair, and I will bid your weeping cease. But if with fancy's visioned fears, with dreams of woe your bosom thrill, you look so lovely in your tears, that I must bid you drop them still. End of poem. To the large and beautiful Miss Someone. In allusion to some partnership in a lottery share. Impromptu. Ego pars. Virgil. In wedlock a species of lottery lies, where in blanks and in prizes we deal. But how comes it that you, such a capital prize, should so long have remained in the wheel? If ever, by fortune's indulgent decree, to me such a ticket should roll, a 16th, heaven knows, were sufficient for me, for what could I do with the whole? End of poem. Rondo. Good night, and is it so? And must I from my Rosa go? O Rosa, say good night once more, and I'll repeat it o'er and o'er, till the first glance of dawning light shall find us saying still good night. And still good night, my Rosa, say, but whisper still, a minute stay. And I will stay, and every minute shall have an age of transport in it, till Time himself shall stay his flight, to listen to our sweet good night. Good night, you'll murmur with a sigh, and tell me it is time to fly, and I will vow, will swear to go, while still that sweet voice murmurs no. Till slumber seal our weary sight, and then, my love, my soul, good night. End of poem. Song. Why does azure deck the sky? Why does azure deck the sky? 'Tis to be like thy looks of blue. Why is red the rose's dye? Because it is thy blushes' hue. All that's fair by love's decree has been made resembling thee. Why is falling snow so white, but to be like thy bosom fair? Why are solar beams so bright, that they may seem thy golden hair? All that's bright by love's decree has been made resembling thee. Why are nature's beauties felt? Oh, 'tis thine, in her we see. Why has music power to melt? Oh, because it speaks like thee. All that's sweet by love's decree has been made resembling thee. End of poem. A Night Thought. How oft a cloud, with envious veil, obscures yon bashful light, which seems so modestly to steal along the waste of night. 'Tis thus the world's obtrusive wrongs obscure with malice keen some timid heart which only longs to live and die unseen. End of poem. The Catalogue. Come, tell me, says Rosa, as kissing and kissed, one day she reclined on my breast. Come, tell me the number, repeat me the list of the nymphs you have loved and caressed. Oh, Rosa, 'twas only my fancy that roved, my heart at the moment was free. But I'll tell thee, my girl, how many I've loved, and the number shall finish with thee. My tutor was Kitty. In infancy wild, she taught me the way to be blest. She taught me to love her, I loved like a child, but Kitty could fancy the rest. This lesson of dear and enrapturing lore I have never forgot, I allow. I have had it by rote very often before, but never by heart until now. Pretty Martha was next, and my soul was all flame, but my head was so full of romance that I fancied her into some chivalry dame, and I was her knight of the lance. But Martha was not of this fanciful school, and she laughed at her poor little knight. While I thought her a goddess, she thought me a fool, and I'll swear she was most in the right. My soul was now calm, till, by Chloris's looks, again I was tempted to rove. But Chloris, I found, was so learned in books, that she gave me more logic than love. So I left this young Sappho, and hastened to fly to those sweeter logicians in bliss, who argue the point with the soul-telling eye, and convince us at once with a kiss. Oh, Susan was then all the world unto me, but Susan was piously given, and the worst of it was she could never agree on the road that was shortest to heaven. Oh, Susan, I've said, in the moments of mirth, what's devotion to thee or to me? I devoutly believe there's a heaven on earth, and believe that heaven's in thee. End of poem. To Rosa. Like one who trusts to summer skies, and puts his little bark to sea, is he who, lured by smiling eyes, consigns his simple heart to thee. For fickle is the summer wind, and sadly may the bark be tossed, for thou art sure to change thy mind, and then the wretched heart is lost. End of poem. To Phyllis. Phyllis, you little rosy rake, that heart of yours I long to rifle. Come, give it me, and do not make so much ado about a trifle. End of poem. Song. Mary, I believed thee true. Mary, I believed thee true, and I was blessed in thus believing. But now I mourn that ere I knew a girl so fair and so deceiving. Fare thee well. Few have ever loved like me, yes, I have loved thee too sincerely, and few have e'er deceived like thee, alas, deceived me too severely. Fare thee well, yet think awhile on one whose bosom bleeds to doubt thee, who now would rather trust that smile, and die with thee than live without thee. Fare thee well, I'll think of thee, thou leavest me many a bitter token, for see, distracting woman, see, my peace is gone, my heart is broken. Fare thee well. End of poem. Song. Nay, do not weep, my Fanny dear. Nay, do not weep, my Fanny dear, while in these arms you lie. This world hath not a wish, a fear, that ought to cost that eye a tear, that heart one single sigh. The world, ah, Fanny, love must shun the paths where many rove. One bosom to recline upon, one heart to be his only one, are quite enough for love. What can we wish that is not here between your arms and mine? Is there on earth a space so dear as that within the happy sphere two loving arms entwine? For me there's not a lock of jet adown your temples curled, within those glossy tangling net my soul doth not at once forget all this worthless world. 'Tis in those eyes so full of love my only worlds I see. Let but their orbs in sunshine move, and earth below and skies above may frown or smile for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 8. From Early Poems, Ballads and Songs, Part 2, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. To Chloe. Imitated from Marshall. I could resign that eye of blue, however its splendour used to thrill me, and even that cheek of roseate hue, to lose it, Chloe, scarce would kill me. That snowy neck I ne'er should miss, however much I've raved about it, and sweetly as that lip can kiss, I think I could exist without it. In short, so well I've learned to fast, that, sooth, my love, I know not whether I might not bring myself at last to do without you altogether. End of poem. When Love is Kind. When love is kind, cheerful and free, love's sure to find welcome from me. But when love brings heartache or pang, tears and such things, love may go hang. If love can sigh for one alone, well pleased am I to be that one. But should I see love given to rove to two or three, then goodbye, love. Love must, in short, keep fond and true, through good report and evil too. Else, here I swear, young love may go, for aught I care, to Jericho. End of poem. To Lady Heathcote. On an old ring found at Tunbridge Wells. Tunbridge est à la même distance de Londres que Fontainebleau est de Paris. Ce qu'il y a de beau et de galant dans l'une et de l'autre sexe s'y rassemble au thème des eaux. La compagnie, etc., etc. See Memoirs de Grandmont, second part, chapter 3. Tunbridge Wells. When Grammont graced these happy springs, and Tunbridge saw upon her pantiles the merriest wight of all the kings that ever ruled these gay gallant isles. Like us, by day they rode, they walked, at eve they did as we may do, and Grammont just like Spenser talked, and lovely Stuart smiled like you. The only different trait is this, that woman then, if man beset her, was rather given to saying yes, because, as yet, she knew no better. Each night they held a coterie, where every fear to slumber charmed. Lovers were all they ought to be, and husbands not the least alarmed. Then called they up their school-day pranks, nor thought it much their sense beneath to play at riddles, quips, and cranks, and lords showed wit, and ladies teeth. As, why are husbands like the mint? Because, forsooth, a husband's duty is but to set the name and print that give a currency to beauty. Why is a rose in nettles hid, like a young widow, fresh and fair? Because 'tis sighing to be rid of weeds that have no business there. And thus they missed, and thus they hit, and now they struck, and now they parried, and some laid in of full-grown wit, while others of a pun miscarried. 'Twas one of those facetious nights that Grammont gave this forfeit ring, for breaking grave conundrum rights, or punning ill, or some such thing. From whence it can be fairly traced, through many a branch and many a bough, from twig to twig, until it graced the snowy hand that wears it now. All this I'll prove, and then to you, O Tunbridge, and your springs ironical, I swear by Heathcote's eye of blue to dedicate the important chronicle. Long may your ancient inmates give their mantles to your modern lodgers, and Charles's loves in Heathcote live, and Charles's bards revive in Rogers. Let no pedantic fools be there, for ever be those fops abolished, with heads as wooden as thy ware, and heaven knows, not half so polished. But still receive the young, the gay, the few who know the rare delight of reading Grammont every day, and acting Grammont every night. End of poem. To Nea. If I were yonder wave, my dear, and thou the isle it clasps around, I would not let a foot come near my land of bliss, my fairy ground. If I were yonder conch of gold, and thou the pearl within it placed, I would not let an eye behold the sacred gem my arms embraced. If I were yonder orange tree, and thou the blossom blooming there, I would not yield a breath of thee to scent the most imploring air. Oh, bend not o'er the water's brink, give not the wave that odorous sigh, nor let its burning mirror drink the soft reflection of thine eye. That glossy hair, that glowing cheek, so pictured in the waters seem, that I could gladly plunge to seek thy image in the glassy stream. Blessed fate! At once my chilly grave and nuptial bed that stream might be. I'll wed thee in its mimic wave, and die upon the shade of thee. Behold the leafy mangrove, bending o'er the waters blue and bright, like Nea's silky lashes lending shadow to her eyes of light. O my beloved, where'er I turn, some trace of thee enchants mine eyes. In every star thy glances burn, thy blush on every floweret lies. Nor find I in creation aught of bright or beautiful or rare, sweet to the sense or pure to thought, but thou art found reflected there. End of poem. There's not a look, a word of thine. There's not a look, a word of thine, my soul hath e'er forgot. Thou ne'er hast bid a ringlet shine, nor given thy locks one graceful twine, which I remember not. There never yet a murmur fell from that beguiling tongue, which did not with a lingering spell upon my charmed senses dwell, like songs from Eden sung. Ah, that I could at once forget all that haunts me so, and yet, thou witching girl, and yet, to die were sweeter than to let the loved remembrance go. No, if this slighted heart must see its faithful pulse decay, oh, let it die, remembering thee, and, like the burnt aroma, be consumed in sweets away. End of poem. Song from the Summer Fete. Array thee, love, in all thy best array thee. The sun's below, the moon's above, the night and bliss obey thee. Put on thee all that's bright and rare, the zone, the wreath, the gem, not so much gracing charms so fair as borrowing grace from them. Array thee, love, in all that's bright array thee. The sun's below, the moon's above, and night and bliss obey thee. Put on thy plumes thy lover gave, proclaim to all, where'er they wave, victorious eyes advancing. Bring forth the robe whose hue of heaven from thee derives such light, that Iris would give all her 7 to boast but one so bright. Now hie thee, love, through pleasure's circles hie thee, and hearts where'er thy footsteps move will beat when they come nigh thee. Thy every word shall be a spell, thy every look a ray, and tracks of wondering eyes shall tell the glory of thy way. Now hie thee, love, through pleasure's circles hie thee, and hearts where'er thy footsteps move shall beat when they come nigh thee. End of poem. Song, trio from the Summer Fete. Our home is on the sea, boy, our home is on the sea. When nature gave the ocean wave, she marked it for the free. Whatever storms befall, boy, whatever storms befall, the island bark is freedom's ark, and floats her safe through all. Behold yon sea of isles, boy, behold yon sea of isles, where every shore is sparkling o'er with beauty's richest smiles. For us hath freedom claimed, boy, for us hath freedom claimed, those ocean nests where valour rests his eagle wing untamed. And shall the Moslem dare, boy, and shall the Moslem dare, while Grecian hand can wield a brand, to plant his crescent there? No, by our fathers, no, boy, no, by the cross we show, from Maina's rills to Thracia's hills, all Greece re-echoes no. End of poem. Song from the Summer Fete. Oh, where art thou dreaming, on land or on sea? In my lattice is gleaming the watchlight for thee. And this fond heart is glowing to welcome thee home, and the night is fast going, but thou art not come. No, thou comest not. 'Tis the time when night flowers should wake from their rest, 'Tis the hour of all hours when the lute singeth best. But the flowers are half sleeping, till thy glance they see, And the hushed lute is keeping its music for thee, Yet thou comest not. End of poem. Song from Evenings in Greece. When the balalaika is heard o'er the sea, I'll dance the romaika by moonlight with thee. If waves then, advancing, should steal on our play, Thy white feet in dancing shall chase them away. When the balalaika is heard o'er the sea, Thou'lt dance the romaika, my own love, with me. Then at the closing of each merry lay, How sweet 'tis reposing beneath the night ray! Or if, declining, the moon leave the skies, We'll talk by the shining of each other's eyes. Oh then how fealty the dance we'll renew, Treading so fleetly its light mazes through, Till stars looking o'er us from heaven's high bowers Would change their bright chorus for one dance of ours. When the balalaika is heard o'er the sea, Thou'lt dance the romaika, my own love, with me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 9. From Early Poems, Ballads and Songs, Part 3, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Song from Evenings in Greece. Who comes so gracefully gliding along, While the blue rivulet sleeps to her song? Song richly vying with the faint sighing Which swans in dying sweetly prolong. So sung the shepherd boy by the stream side, Watching that ferry boat down the flood glide, Like a bird winging, through the waves bringing That siren singing to the hushed tide. "Stay," said the shepherd boy, "ferry boat, stay, Linger, sweet minstrelsy, linger a day." But vain in his pleading, past him unheeding, Song and boat speeding glided away. So to our youthful eyes joy and hope shone, So while we gazed on them fast they flew on, Like flowers declining even in the twining, One moment shining and the next gone. End of poem. Song from Evenings in Greece. March, nor heed those arms that hold thee, Though so fondly close they come. Closer still will they enfold thee, When thou bringest fresh laurels home. Dost thou dote on woman's brow? Dost thou live but in her breath? March, 1 hour of victory now Wins thee woman's smile till death. Oh, what bliss when war is over, Beauty's long-missed smile to meet, And, when wreaths our temples cover, Lay them shining at her feet. Who would not that hour to reach Breathe out life's expiring sigh, Proud as waves that on the beach Lay their war-crests down and die? There, I see thy soul is burning, She herself who clasps thee so, Paints even now thy glad returning, And while clasping bids thee go. One deep sigh, to passion given, One last glowing tear, and then March, nor rest thy sword till heaven Brings thee to those arms again. End of poem. When on the lip the sigh delays. When on the lip the sigh delays, As if 'twould linger there for ever, when eyes would give the world to gaze, yet still look down and venture never. When, though with fairest nymphs we rove, there's one we dream of more than any. If all this is not real love, 'tis something wondrous like it, Fanny. To think and ponder when apart on all we've got to say at meeting, and yet when near, with heart to heart, sit mute and listen to their beating, to see but one bright object move, the only moon, where stars are many. If all this is not downright love, I prithee say what is, my Fanny? When hope foretells the brightest, best, though reason on the darkest reckons, when passion drives us to the west, though prudence to the eastward beckons, when all turns round, below, above, and our own heads the most of any, if this is not stark staring love, then you and I are sages, Fanny. End of poem. Black and blue eyes. The brilliant black eye may in triumph let fly all its darts without caring who feels them. But the soft eye of blue, though it scatter wounds too, is much better pleased when it heals them, dear Fanny. But the soft eye of blue, though it scatter wounds too, is much better pleased when it heals them. The black eye may say, come and worship my ray, by adoring perhaps you may move me. But the blue eye, half hid, says from under its lid, I love, and am yours if you love me. Yes, Fanny, the blue eye, half hid, says from under its lid, I love, and am yours if you love me. Come tell me, then, why, in that lovely blue eye, not a charm of its tint I discover. Oh, why should you wear the only blue pair that ever said no to a lover, dear Fanny? Oh, why should you wear the only blue pair that ever said no to a lover? End of poem. Peace, peace to him that's gone. When I am dead, then lay my head in some lone distant dell, where voices near shall stir the air or break its silent spell. If any sound be heard around, let the sweet bird alone that weeps in song sing all night long, peace, peace to him that's gone. Yet, oh, were mine one sigh of thine, one pitying word from thee, like gleams of heaven to sinners given, would be that word to me. How ere unblest my shade would rest while listening to that tone, enough 'twould be to hear from thee, peace, peace to him that's gone. End of poem. Beauty and Song. Down in yon summer vale, where the rill flows, thus said a nightingale to his loved rose. Though rich the pleasures of song's sweet measures, vain were its melody, rose, without thee. Then from the green recess of her night bower, beaming with bashfulness, spoke the bright flower. Though morn should lend her its sunniest splendour, what would the rose be, unsung by thee? Thus still let song attend woman's bright way, thus still let woman lend light to the lay. Like stars through heaven's sea, floating in harmony, beauty shall glide along, circled by song. End of poem. If thou wouldst have me sing and play. If thou wouldst have me sing and play, as once I played and sung, first take this time-worn lute away, and bring one freshly strung. Call back the time when pleasure's sigh first breathed among the strings, and Time himself in flitting by made music with his wings. But how is this? Though new the lute, and shining fresh the chords, beneath this hand they slumber mute, or speak but dreamy words. In vain I seek the soul that dwelt within that once sweet shell, which told so warmly what it felt, and felt what naught could tell. Oh, ask not then for passion's lay, from lyre so coldly strung. With this I ne'er can sing or play, as once I played and sung. No, bring that long-loved lute again, though chilled by years it be. If thou wilt call the slumbering strain, 'twill wake again for thee. Though time have frozen the tuneful stream of thought that gushed along, one look from thee like summer's beam will thaw them into song. Then give, oh give that wakening ray, and once more blithe and young, thy bard again will sing and play, as once he played and sung. End of poem. Unbind thee, love. Unbind thee, love, unbind thee, love, from those dark ties unbind thee. Though fairest hand the chain hath wove, too long its links have twined thee. Away from earth, thy wings were made, in yon mid-sky to hover, with earth beneath their dove-like shade, and heaven all radiant over. Awake thee, boy, too long thy soul is sleeping, and thou mayest from this minute's joy wake to eternal weeping. Oh, think, this world is not for thee, though sweet and bright and dear they be, break, or thou art lost for ever. End of poem. Song from the Epicurean. Drink of this cup. Osiris sips the same in his halls below, and the same he gives to cool the lips of the dead who downward go. Drink of this cup. The water within is fresh from Lethe's stream. 'Twill make the past with all its sin, and all its pain and sorrow, seem like a long forgotten dream. The pleasure whose charms are steeped in woe, the knowledge that harms the soul to know, the hope that, bright as the lake of the waste, allures the sight, but mocks the taste. The love that binds its innocent wreath where the serpent winds in venom beneath. All that of evil or false by thee hath ever been known or seen shall melt away in this cup and be forgot as it never had been. Drink of this cup. When Isis led her boy of old to the beaming sky, she mingled a draught divine, and said, "Drink of this cup, thou'lt never die." Thus do I say and sing to thee, heir of that boundless heaven on high, though frail and fallen and lost thou be. Drink of this cup, thou'lt never die. And memory too with her dreams shall come, dreams of a former happier day, when heaven was still the spirit's home, and her wings had not yet fallen away. Glimpses of glory, ne'er forgot, that tell like gleams on a sunset sea, what once hath been, what now is not, but, oh, what again shall brightly be. End of poem. The Evening Gun. Rememberest thou that setting sun, the last I saw with thee, when loud we heard the evening gun peal o'er the twilight sea? Boom! The sounds appeared to sweep far o'er the verge of day, till into realms beyond the deep they seemed to die away. Oft, when the toils of day are done, in pensive dreams of thee, I sit to hear that evening gun peal o'er the stormy sea. Boom! And while o'er billows curl the distant sounds decay, I weep and wish from this rough world like them to die away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 10. From Poems Relating to America, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. A Ballad, The Lake of the Dismal Swamp, written at Norfolk in Virginia. They tell of a young man who lost his mind upon the death of a girl he loved, and who, suddenly disappearing from his friends, was never afterwards heard of. As he had frequently said in his ravings that the girl was not dead, but gone to the dismal swamp, it was supposed he had wandered into that dreary wilderness, and had died of hunger or been lost in some of its dreadful morasses. Anonymous. La poésie a ses monstres, comme la nature, d'Alembert. They made her a grave, too cold and damp for a soul so warm and true, and she's gone to the lake of the dismal swamp, where, all night long, by a firefly lamp, she paddles her white canoe. And her firefly lamp I soon shall see, and her paddle I soon shall hear. Long and loving our life shall be, and I'll hide the maid in a cypress tree when the footstep of death is near. Away to the dismal swamp he speeds, his path was rugged and sore, through tangled juniper, beds of reeds, through many a fen where the serpent feeds, and man never trod before. And when on the earth he sunk to sleep, if slumber his eyelids knew, he lay where the deadly vine doth weep its venomous tear, and nightly steep the flesh with blistering dew. And near him the she-wolf stirred the brake, and the copper snake breathed in his ear, till he starting cried from his dream awake, "Oh, when shall I see the dusky lake, and the white canoe of my dear?" He saw the lake, and a meteor bright quick o'er its surface played. "Welcome," he said, "my dear one's light," and the dim shore echoed for many a night the name of the death-cold maid. Till he hollowed a boat of the birchen bark, which carried him off from shore. Far, far he followed the meteor spark, the wind was high and the clouds were dark, and the boat returned no more. But oft from the Indian hunter's camp, this lover and maid so true are seen, at the hour of midnight damp, to cross the lake by a firefly lamp, and paddle their white canoe. End of poem. The Steersman's Song, written aboard the Boston frigate. When freshly blows the northern gale, and under courses snug we fly, or when light breezes swell the sail, and royals proudly sweep the sky, 'longside the wheel, unwearied still, I stand, and, as my watchful eye doth mark the needle's faithful thrill, I think of her I love, and cry, "Port, my boy, port." When calms delay, or breezes blow right from the point we wish to steer, when by the wind close-hauled we go, and strive in vain the port to near, I think 'tis thus the fates deter My bliss with one that's far away, And while remembrance springs to her, I watch the sails, and sighing say, Thus, my boy, thus. But see, the wind draws kindly aft, All hands are up the yards to square, And now the floating stunsails waft Our stately ship through waves and air. Oh, then I think that yet for me Some breeze of fortune thus may spring, Some breeze to waft me, love, to thee, And in that hope I smiling sing, Steady, boy, so. End of poem. Lines written at the Cohos, or Falls of the Mohawk River. Gia era in loco, ove sudia l'rimbombo della acqua. Dante. From rise of morn till set of sun, I've seen the mighty Mohawk run, And as I marked the woods of pine Along his mirror darkly shine, Like tall and gloomy forms that pass Before the wizard's midnight glass. And as I viewed the hurrying pace With which he ran his turbid race, Rushing alike untired and wild, Through shades that frowned and flowers that smiled, Flying by every green recess That wooed him to its calm caress, Yet sometimes turning with the wind, As if to leave one look behind, Oft have I thought, and thinking sighed, How like to thee, thou restless tide, May be the lot, the life of him Who roams along thy water's brim. Through what alternate waste of woe And flowers of joy my path may go, How many a sheltered, calm retreat May woo the while my weary feet, While still pursuing, still unblest, I wander on, nor dare to rest. But, urgent as the doom that calls Thy water to its destined falls, I feel the world's bewildering force Hurry my heart's devoted course, From lapse to lapse, till life be done, And the spent current cease to run. Only one prayer I dare to make, As onward thus my course I take. Oh, be my falls as bright as thine, May heaven's relenting rainbow shine Upon the mist that circles me, As soft as now it hangs o'er thee. End of poem. A Canadian Boat Song. Faintly as tolls the evening chime, Our voices keep tune and our oars keep time. Soon as the woods on shore look dim, We'll sing at St. Anne's our parting hymn. Row, brothers, row, the stream runs fast, The rapids are near, and the daylight's past. Why should we yet our sail unfurl? There is not a breath the blue wave to curl. But when the wind blows off the shore, Oh, sweetly we'll rest our weary oar. Blow, breezes, blow, the stream runs fast, The rapids are near, and the daylight's past. Utawa's tide, this trembling moon Shall see us float o'er thy surges soon. Saint of this green isle, hear our prayers, Oh, grant us cool heavens and favouring airs. Blow, breezes, blow, the stream runs fast, The rapids are near, and the daylight's past. End of poem. Indian Chant. From the land beyond the sea, Whither happy spirits flee, Where, transformed to sacred doves, Many a blessed Indian roves. Through the air on wings as white As those wondrous stones of light, Which the eye of morning counts On the Appalachian mounts. Hither oft my flight I take, Over Huron's lucid lake, Where the wave, as clear as dew, Sleeps beneath the light canoe, Which, reflected, floating there, Looks as if it hung in air. Then, when I have strayed awhile Through the Manitoulin Isle, Breathing all its holy bloom, Swift I mount me on the plume of my Wacom bird, and fly Where, beneath a burning sky, o'er the bed of Erie's lake, Slumbers many a water snake, Wrapped within the web of leaves which the water lily weaves. Next I chase the floweret king through his rosy realm of spring. See him now, while diamond hues soft his neck and wings suffuse, In the leafy chalice sink, thirsting for his balmy drink. Now behold him all on fire, lovely in his looks of ire, Breaking every infant stem, scattering every velvet gem, Where his little tyrant lip hath not found enough to sip. Then my playful hand I steep where the golden thread loves to creep, Cull from thence a tangled wreath, words of magic round it breathe, And the sunny chaplet spread o'er the sleeping fly-bird's head, Till with dreams of honey blest, haunted in his downy nest, By the garden's fairest spells, dewy buds and fragrant bells, Fancy all his soul embowers in the fly-bird's heaven of flowers. Oft, when hoar and silvery flakes melt along the ruffled lakes, When the grey moose sheds his horns, when the track at evening warns Weary hunters of the way to the wigwam's cheering ray, Then aloft through freezing air, with the snow-bird soft and fair As the fleece that heaven flings o'er his little pearly wings, Light above the rocks I play, where Niagara's starry spray, Frozen on the cliff, appears like a giant's starting tears. There amid the island sedge, just upon the cataract's edge, Where the foot of living man never trod since time began, Lone I sit at close of day, while, beneath the golden ray, Icy columns gleam below, feathered round with falling snow, And an arch of glory springs, Sparkling as the chain of rings round the neck of virgins hung, Virgins who have wandered young o'er the waters of the West, To the land where spirits rest. End of poem. The Indian Boat. 'Twas midnight dark, the seaman's bark Swift o'er the waters bore him, When, through the night, he spied a light Shoot o'er the wave before him. A sail, he cries, she comes from the Indian shore, And to-night shall be our prize, With her freight of golden ore. Sail on, sail on. When morning shone, he saw the gold still clearer, But, though so fast the waves he passed, That boat seemed never the nearer. Bright daylight came, and still the same Rich bark before him floated, While on the prize his wishful eyes, Like any young lover's, doted. More sail, he cries, while the waves o'ertop the mast, And his bounding galley flies, like an arrow before the blast. Thus on and on, till day was gone, And the moon through heavens did hie her. He swept the main, but all in vain, That boat seemed never the nigher. And many a day to night gave way, And many a morn succeeded, While still his flight, through day and night, That restless mariner speeded. Who knows what seas he is now careening o'er, Behind the eternal breeze, and that mocking bark before. For oh, till sky and earth shall die, And their death leave none to rue it, That boat must flee o'er the boundless sea, And that ship in vain pursue it. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 11. From Lalla Rookh, Part 1. The Veiled Prophet of Khorassan, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. The Harem. Between the porphyry pillars that uphold the rich Moresque work of the roof of gold, aloft the harem's curtained galleries rise, where through the silken network glancing eyes, from time to time, like sudden gleams that glow through autumn clouds, shine o'er the pomp below. What impious tongue, ye blushing saint, would dare to hint that aught but heaven hath placed you there? Or that the loves of this light world could bind in their gross chain your prophet's soaring mind? No, wrongful thought! Commissioned from above to people Eden's bowers with shapes of love, creatures so bright that the same lips and eyes they wear on earth will serve in paradise, there to recline among heaven's native maids, and crown the elect with bliss that never fades. Well hath the prophet chief his bidding done, and every beauteous race beneath the sun, from those who kneel at Brahma's burning founts, to the fresh nymphs bounding over Yemen's mounts, from Persia's eyes of full and fawn-like ray, to the small half-shut glances of Cathay, and Georgia's bloom, and Azab's darker smiles, and the gold ringlets of the Western Isles, all are there. Each land its flower hath given to form that fair young nursery for heaven. End of poem. The Toilette. Now through the harem chambers moving lights and busy shapes proclaim the toilette's rites. From room to room the ready handmaids hie, some skilled to wreathe the turban tastefully, or hang the veil in negligence of shade o'er the warm blushes of the youthful maid, who, if between the folds but one eye shone, like Seba's queen could vanish with that one. While some bring leaves of henna to imbue the fingers' ends with a bright roseate hue, so bright that in the mirror's depth they seem like tips of coral branches in the stream, and others mix the kohl's jetty dye to give that long, dark languish to the eye, which make the maids whom kings are proud to cull from fair Circassia's vales so beautiful. All is in motion, rings and plumes and pearls are shining everywhere. Some younger girls are gone by moonlight to the garden beds to gather fresh, cool chaplets for their heads. Gay creatures, sweet though mournful 'tis to see how each prefers a garland from that tree which brings to mind her childhood's innocent day and the dear fields and friendships far away. The maid of India, blessed again to hold in her lap the champax leaves of gold, thinks of the time when, by the Ganges' flood, her little playmate scattered many a bud upon her long black hair, with glossy gleam just dripping from the consecrated stream, while the young Arab, haunted by the smell of her own mountain flowers as by a spell, the sweet Elkaya, and that courteous tree which bows to all who seek its canopy, sees, called up round her by these magic scents, the well, the camels, and her father's tents, sighs for the home she left with little pain, and wishes even its sorrows back again. End of poem. Azim's Temptation. Meanwhile, through vast illuminated halls, silent and bright, where nothing but the falls of fragrant waters, gushing with cool sound from many a jasper fount, is heard around, young Azim roams bewildered, nor can guess what means this maze of light and loneliness. Here the way leads o'er tessellated floors, or mats of Cairo, through long corridors, where, ranged in cassolets and silver urns, sweet wood of aloe or of sandal burns, and spicy rods, such as illume at night the bowers of Tibet, send forth odorous light, like Peri's wands, when pointing out the road for some pure spirit to its blessed abode. And here, at once, the glittering saloon bursts on his sight, boundless and bright as noon, where in the midst, reflecting back the rays in a broken rainbow, a fresh fountain plays, high as the enamelled cupola, which towers all rich with arabesques of gold and flowers, and the mosaic floor beneath shines through the sprinkling of that fountain's silvery dew, like the wet and glistening shells of every dye that on the margin of the Red Sea lie. Here too he traces the kind visitings of woman's love in those fair, living things of land and wave, whose fate, in bondage thrown, for their weak loveliness, is like her own. On one side, gleaming with a sudden grace, through water, brilliant as the crystal vase in which it undulates, small fishes shine, like golden ingots from a fairy mine, while, on the other, latticed lightly in with odoriferous wood of cormoran, each brilliant bird that wings the air is seen, gay sparkling luries, such as gleam between the crimson blossoms of the coral tree in the warm isles of India's sunny sea, Mecca's blue sacred pigeon, and the thrush of Hindostan, whose holy warblings gush at evening from the tall pagoda's top. Those golden birds that, in the spice time, drop about the garden's trunk with that sweet food whose scent hath lured them o'er the summer flood. And those that under Araby's soft sun build their high nests of budding cinnamon. In short, all rare and beauteous things that fly through the pure element, here calmly lie, sleeping in light, like the green birds that dwell in Eden's radiant fields of asphodel. So on, through scenes past all imagining, more like the luxuries of that impious king, whom Death's dark angel, with his lightning torch, struck down and blasted even in pleasure's porch, than the pure dwelling of a prophet sent, armed with heaven's sword, for man's enfranchisement. Young Azim wondered, looking sternly round, his simple garb and war boots' clanking sound, but ill according with the pomp and grace and silent lull of that voluptuous place. End of poem. Bendemeer's Stream. There's a bower of roses by Bendemeer's stream, and the nightingale sings round it all the day long. In the time of my childhood 'twas like a sweet dream to sit in the roses and hear the bird's song. The bower and its music I never forget, but oft, when alone in the bloom of the year, I think, is the nightingale singing there yet? Are the roses still bright by the calm Bendemeer? No, the roses soon withered that hung o'er the wave, but some blossoms were gathered while freshly they shone, and a dew was distilled from their flowers that gave all the fragrance of summer when summer was gone. Thus memory draws from delight ere it dies an essence that breathes of its many a year. Thus bright to my soul, as 'twas then to my eyes, is that bower on the banks of the calm Bendemeer. End of poem. Song. A spirit there is, whose fragrant sigh is burning now through earth and air. Where cheeks are blushing, the spirit is nigh, where lips are meeting, the spirit is there. His breath is the soul of flowers like these, and his floating eyes, oh, they resemble blue water lilies when the breeze is making the stream around them tremble. Hail to thee, kindling power, spirit of love, spirit of bliss. Thy holiest time is the moonlight hour, and there never was moonlight so sweet as this. By the fair and brave, who blushing unite, like the sun and wave when they meet at night. By the tear that shows when passion is nigh, as the raindrop flows from the heat of the sky. By the first love beat of the youthful heart, by the bliss to meet and the pain to part, by all that thou hast to mortals given, which, oh, could it last, this earth were heaven. We call thee hither, entrancing power, spirit of love, spirit of bliss. Thy holiest time is the moonlight hour, and there never was moonlight so sweet as this. End of poem. Zelika's Farewell. "Oh, curse me not," she cried, as wild he tossed His desperate hand towards heaven, "though I am lost. Think not that guilt, that falsehood made me fall. No, no, 'twas grief, 'twas madness did it all. Nay, doubt me not, though all thy love hath ceased. I know it hath, yet believe, at least, that every spark of reason's light must be quenched in this brain ere I could stray from thee. They told me thou wert dead. Why, Azim, why did we not, both of us, that instant die when we were parted? Oh, couldst thou but know with what a deep devotedness of woe I wept thy absence, o'er and o'er again, thinking of thee, still thee, till thought grew pain, and memory, like a drop that, night and day, falls cold and ceaseless, wore my heart away. Didst thou but know how pale I sat at home, my eyes still turned the way thou wert to come, and, all the long, long night of hope and fear, thy voice and step still sounding in my ear. O God, thou wouldst not wonder that, at last, when every hope was all at once o'ercast, when I heard frightful voices round me say, Azim is dead, this wretched brain gave way, and I became a wreck, at random driven, without one glimpse of reason or of heaven, all wild, and even this quenchless love within turned to foul fires to light me into sin. Thou pitiest me, I knew thou wouldst. That sky hath naught beneath it half so lorn as I. The fiend who lured me hither hissed, Come near, or thou too, thou art lost. If he should hear, told me such things, oh, with such devilish art, as would have ruined even a holier heart. Of thee, and of that ever-radiant sphere, where blest at length, if I but served him here, I should forever live in thy dear sight, and drink from those pure eyes eternal light. Think, how lost, how maddened I must be, to hope that guilt could lead to God or thee. Thou weepest for me, do weep, oh, that I durst kiss off that tear, but no, these lips are cursed, they must not touch thee. One divine caress, one blessed moment of forgetfulness I've had within those arms, and that shall lie shrined in my soul's deep memory till I die. The last of joy's last relics here below, the one sweet drop in all this waste of woe, my heart has treasured from affection's spring, to soothe and cool its deadly withering. But thou, yes, thou must go, forever go. This place is not for thee, oh no. Did I but tell thee half, thy tortured brain would burn like mine, and mine go wild again. Enough that guilt reigns here, that hearts once good, now tainted, chilled and broken, are his food. Enough that we are parted, that there rolls a flood of headlong fate between our souls, whose darkness severs me as wide from thee as hell from heaven to all eternity. End of poem. The Caliph's Host. Ne'er did the march of Mahadi display such pomp before, not even when on his way to Mecca's temple, when both land and sea were spoiled to feed the pilgrim's luxury. When round him, mid the burning sands, he saw fruits of the north in icy freshness thaw, and cooled his thirsty lip beneath the glow of Mecca's sun with urns of Persian snow. Nor e'er did armament more grand than that pour from the kingdom of the Caliphate. First in the van, the people of the rock, on their light mountain steeds of royal stock. Then chieftains of Damascus, proud to see the flashing of their swords' rich marquetry. Men from the regions near the Volga's mouth, mixed with the rude black archers of the south, and Indian lancers in white turbaned ranks from the far Sind or Attok's sacred banks, with dusky legions from the land of Mur, and many a mace-armed Moor and mid-sea islander. Nor less in number, though more new and rude, in warfare's school, was the vast multitude that, fired by zeal or by oppression wronged, round the white standard of the impostor thronged. Beside his thousands of believers, blind, burning and headlong as the Samiel wind, many who felt, and more who feared to feel, the bloody Islamites' converting steel, flocked to his banner, chiefs of the Uzbek race, waving their heron crests with martial grace. Turkomans, countless as their flocks, led forth from the aromatic pastures of the north. Wild warriors of the turquoise hills, and those who dwell beyond the everlasting snows of Hindu Kosh, in stormy freedom bred, their fort the rock, their camp the torrent's bed. But none of all who owned the chieftain's command rushed to the battlefield with bolder hand or sterner hate than Iran's outlawed man, her worshippers of fire, all panting then for vengeance on the accursed Saracen. Vengeance at last for their dear country spurned, her throne usurped, and her bright shrines o'erturned. From Yezid's eternal mansion of the fire, where aged saints in dreams of heaven expire, from Badku and those fountains of blue flame that burn into the Caspian, fierce they came, careless for what or whom the blow was sped. So vengeance triumphed, and their tyrants bled. End of poem. The Battle. Twice hath the sun upon their conflict set, and risen again, and found them grappling yet, while streams of carnage in his noontide blaze smoke up to heaven, hot as that crimson haze by which the prostrate caravan is awed in the red desert, when the wind's abroad. On swords of God the panting Caliph calls, thrones for the living, heaven for him who falls. On, brave avengers, on, Mokanna cries, and Eblis blast the recreant slave that flies. Now comes the brunt, the crisis of the day. They clash, they strive, the Caliph's troops give way. Mokanna's self plucks the black banner down, and now the Orient world's imperial crown is just within his grasp, when, hark, that shout! Some hand hath checked the flying Moslem's rout, and now they turn, they rally, at their head a warrior, like those angel youths who led, in glorious panoply of heaven's own mail, the champions of the faith through Bedr's vale. Bold as if gifted with 10,000 lives, turns on the fierce pursuer's blades, and drives at once the multitudinous torrent back, while hope and courage kindle in his track, and at each step his bloody falchion makes terrible vistas through which victory breaks. In vain Mokanna, midst the general flight, stands like the red moon on some stormy night, among the fugitive clouds that hurrying by leave only her unshaken in the sky. In vain he yells his desperate curses out, deals death promiscuously to all about, to foes that charge and coward friends that fly, and seems of all the great arch-enemy. The panic spreads, a miracle! Throughout the Moslem ranks, a miracle, they shout, all gazing on that youth, whose coming seems a light, a glory, such as breaks in dreams. And every sword, true as o'er billows dim, the needle tracks the lodestar following him. Right towards Mokanna now he cleaves his path, impatient cleaves, as though the bolt of wrath he bears from heaven withheld its awful burst from weaker heads, and souls but half-way cursed, to break o'er him the mightiest and the worst. But vain his speed, though, in that hour of blood, had all God's seraphs round Mokanna stood, with swords of fire ready like fate to fall, Mokanna's soul would have defied them all. Yet now the rush of fugitives, too strong for human force, hurries even him along. In vain he struggles mid the wedged array of flying thousands, he is borne away. And the sole joy his baffled spirit knows in this forced flight is murdering as he goes. As a grim tiger, whom the torrent's might surprises in some parched ravine at night, turns even in drowning on the wretched flocks swept with him in that snow flood from the rocks, and to the last, devouring on his way, bloodies the stream he hath not power to stay. End of poem. Mokanna's Feast. 'Twas more than midnight now. A fearful pause had followed the long shouts, the wild applause, that lately from the royal gardens burst, where the veiled demon held his feast accursed, when Zelika, alas, poor ruined heart, in every horror doomed to bear its part, was bidden to the banquet by a slave, who, while his quivering lip the summons gave, grew black, as though the shadows of the grave compassed him round, and ere he could repeat his message through, fell lifeless at her feet. Shuddering she went, a soul-felt pang of fear. A presage that her own dark doom was near roused every feeling, and brought reason back once more to writhe her last upon the rack. All round seemed tranquil, even the foe had ceased, as if aware of the demoniac feast, his fiery bolts, and though the heavens looked red, 'twas but some distant conflagrations spread. But hark, she stops, she listens, dreadful tone, 'tis her tormentor's laugh, and now a groan, a long death-groan comes with it. Can this be the place of mirth, the bower of revelry? She enters. Holy Allah, what a sight was there before her! By the glimmering light of the pale dawn, mixed with the flare of brands that round lay burning, dropped from lifeless hands, she saw the board in splendid mockery spread, rich censers breathing, garlands overhead, the urns, the cups from which they late had quaffed, all gold and gems. But what had been the draught? Oh, who needs ask, that saw those livid guests, with their swollen heads sunk blackening on their breasts, or looking pale to heaven with glassy stare, as if they sought but saw no mercy there, as if they felt, though poison racked them through, remorse the deadlier torment of the two. While some, the bravest, hardiest in the train of their false chief, who on the battle plain would have met death with transport by his side, here mute and helpless gasped, but, as they died, looked horrible vengeance with their eyes' last strain, and clenched the slackening hand at him in vain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 12, from Lalla Rookh, Part 2, Paradise and the Peri, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. The Peri's Soliloquy. One morn a Peri at the gate of Eden stood, disconsolate, and as she listened to the springs of life within, like music flowing, and caught the light upon her wings, through the half-open portal glowing, she wept to think her recreant race should e'er have lost that glorious place. How happy, exclaimed this child of air, are the holy spirits who wander there, mid flowers that never shall fade or fall, though mine are the gardens of earth and sea, and the stars themselves have flowers for me, one blossom of heaven outblooms them all. Though sunny the lake of cool Cashmere, with its plane tree isle reflected clear, and sweetly the founts of that valley fall, though bright are the waters of Sing Suhay, and the golden floods that whitherward stray, yet oh, 'tis only the blest can say how the waters of heaven outshine them all. Go, wing thy flight from star to star, from world to luminous world, as far as the universe spreads its flaming wall. Take all the pleasures of all the spheres, and multiply each through endless years. 1 minute of heaven is worth them all. End of poem. Mahmud of Ghizni. While thus she mused, her pinions fanned The air of that sweet Indian land, whose air is balm, whose oceans spread O'er the coral rocks and amber beds, whose mountains, pregnant by the beam Of the warm sun, with diamonds teem, whose rivulets are like rich brides, Lovely with gold beneath their tides, whose sandal groves and bowers of spice Might be a Peri's paradise. But crimson now her rivers ran with human blood, the smell of death Came reeking from those spicy bowers, and man, the sacrifice of man, Mingled his taint with every breath Upwafted from the innocent flowers. Land of the sun, what foot invades Thy pagodas and thy pillared shades, Thy caverned shrines and idol stones, Thy monarchs and their 1,000 thrones? 'Tis he of Ghazni, fierce in wrath, he comes, and India's diadems Lie scattered in his ruinous path. His bloodhounds he adorns with gems, torn from the violated necks of many a young and loved sultana. Maidens within their pure zenana, priests in their very fane he slaughters, and chokes up with the glittering wrecks of golden shrines the sacred waters. End of poem. the hour of death. "Poor race of men," said the pitying spirit, "dearly ye pay for your primal fall. Some flowerets of Eden ye still inherit, but the trail of the serpent is over them all." She wept. The air grew pure and clear around her, as the bright drops ran. For there's a magic in each tear, such kindly spirits weep for man. Just then, beneath some orange trees, whose fruits and blossoms in the breeze Were wantoning together free, like age at play with infancy, beneath that fresh and springing bower, close by the lake, she heard the moan of one who, at this silent hour, had thither stolen to die alone. One who in life, where'er he moved, drew after him the hearts of many, yet now, as though he ne'er were loved, dies here unseen, unwept by any. None to watch near him, none to slake that fire that in his bosom lies, with even a sprinkle from that lake which shines so cool before his eyes. No voice, well known through many a day, to speak the last, the parting word, which, when all other sounds decay, is still like distant music heard. That tender farewell on the shore of this rude world, when all is o'er, which cheers the spirit ere its bark puts off into the unknown dark. End of poem. A Syrian Night. Now upon Syria's land of roses softly the light of eve reposes, and like a glory the broad sun hangs o'er sainted Lebanon, whose head in wintry grandeur towers, and whitens with eternal sleet, while summer, in a veil of flowers, is sleeping rosy at his feet. To one who looked from upper air o'er all the enchanted regions there, how beauteous must have been the glow, the life, the sparkling from below. Fair gardens, shining streams, with ranks of golden melons on their banks, more golden where the sunlight falls. Gay lizards, glittering on the walls of ruined shrines, busy and bright, as they were all alive with light. And, yet more splendid, numerous flocks of pigeons settling on the rocks, with their rich restless wings that gleam variously in the crimson beams of the warm west, as if inlaid with brilliance from the mine, or made of tearless rainbows such as span the unclouded skies of Peristan. And then the mingling sounds that come of shepherd's ancient reed, with hum of the wild bees of Palestine, banqueting through the flowery vales, and Jordan, those sweet banks of thine, and woods so full of nightingales. End of poem. The Love Song of Pheromoz. Tell me not of joys above, if that world can give no bliss, truer, happier than the love which enslaves our souls in this. Tell me not of Houris' eyes, far from me their dangerous glow, if those looks that light the skies wound like some that burn below. Who that feel what love is here, all its falsehood, all its pain, would, for even Elysium's sphere, risk the fatal dream again? Who, that midst a desert's heat sees the waters fade away, would not rather die than meet streams again as false as they? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 13. From Lalla, Rookh, Part 3. The Fire Worshippers, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Moonlight. 'Tis moonlight over Oman's sea, her banks of pearl and palmy isles Bask in the night beam beauteously, and her blue waters sleep in smiles. 'Tis moonlight in Harmosia's walls, and through her emir's porphyry halls, Where, some hours since, was heard the swell Of trumpet and the clash of zell, Bidding the bright-eyed sun farewell. The peaceful sun, whom better suits The music of the bulbul's nest, Or the light touch of lovers' lutes, To sing him to his golden rest. All hushed, there's not a breeze in motion, The shore is silent as the ocean. If zephyrs come, so light they come, Nor leaf is stirred, nor wave is driven. The wind tower on the emir's dome Can hardly win a breath from heaven. End of poem. Al-Hasan's Daughter. Beautiful are the maids that glide On summer eves through Yemen's dales, And bright the glancing looks they hide Behind their litters' roseate veils. And brides as delicate and fair As the white jasmine flowers they wear, Hath Yemen in her blissful clime, Who, lulled in cool kiosk or bower, Before their mirrors count the time, And grow still lovelier every hour. But never yet hath bride or maid In Araby's gay harem smiled, Whose boasted brightness would not fade Before Al-Hasan's blooming child. Light as the angel shapes that bless An infant's dream, yet not the less Rich in all woman's loveliness, With eyes so pure that from their ray Dark vice would turn abashed away, Blinded like serpents when they gaze Upon the emerald virgin's blaze, Yet filled with all youth's sweet desires, Mingling the meek and vestal fires Of other worlds with all the bliss, The fond, weak tenderness of this. A soul, too, more than half divine, Where, through some shades of earthly feeling, Religion's softened glories shine, Like light through summer foliage stealing, Shedding a glow of such mild hue, So warm, and yet so shadowy too, As makes the very darkness there More beautiful than light elsewhere. End of poem. The Heber's Avowal. Hold, hold, thy words are death, the stranger cried, As wild he flung his mantle back, And showed beneath the Gheber's belt That round him clung. Here, maiden, look, weep, blush to see All that thy sire abhors in me. Yes, I am of that impious race, Those slaves of fire, who, morn and even, Hail their Creator's dwelling place Among the living lights of heaven. Yes, I am of the outcast few, To Iran and to vengeance true, Who curse the hour your Arabs came To desolate our shrines of flame, and swear before God's burning eye To break our country's chains or die. Thy bigot, sire, nay, tremble not. He who gave birth to those dear eyes, With me is sacred as the spot From which our fires of worship rise. But know, 'twas he I sought that night, When, from my watchboat on the sea, I caught this turret's glimmering light, And up the rude rocks desperately Rushed to my prey, thou know'st the rest. I climbed the gory vulture's nest, And found a trembling dove within. Thine, thine the victory, thine the sin. If love hath made one thought his own, That vengeance claims first, last, alone. Oh, had we never, never met, Or could this heart ev'n now forget, How linked, how blest we might have been, Had fate not frowned so dark between. Hadst thou been born a Persian maid, In neighbouring valleys had we dwelt, Through the same fields in childhood played, At the same kindling altar knelt, Then, while all those nameless ties, in which the charm of country lies, Had round our hearts been hourly spun, Till Iran's cause and thine were one. While in thy lute's awakening sigh I heard the voice of days gone by, And saw in every smile of thine Returning hours of glory shine, While the wronged spirit of our land Lived, looked, and spoke her wrongs through thee. God, who could then this sword withstand? Its very flash were victory. But now, estranged, divorced for ever, Far as the grasp of fate can sever, Our only ties what love has wove, In faith, friends, country, sundered wide, And then only, true to love, When false to all that's dear beside. Thy father, Iran's deadliest foe, Thyself, perhaps, even now, but no, Hate never looked so lovely yet. No, sacred to thy soul will be The land of him who could forget All but the bleeding land for thee. When other eyes shall see, unmoved, Her widows mourn, her warriors fall, Thou'lt think how well one Geber loved, And for his sake thou'lt weep for all. End of poem. Morn in the East. The morn hath risen clear and calm, And o'er the green sea palely shines, Revealing Bahrain's groves of palm, And lighting Kishma's amber vines. Fresh smell the shores of Araby, While breezes from the Indian Sea Blow round Selama's sainted cape, And curl the shining flood beneath, Whose waves are rich with many a grape, And cocoanut, and flowery wreath, Which pious seamen as they passed Had towards that holy headland cast. Oblations to the Genii there, For gentle skies and breezes fair. The nightingale now bends her flight From the high trees, where all the night She sung so sweet, with none to listen, And hides her from the morning star, Where thickets of pomegranate glisten In the clear dawn, bespangled o'er with dew, Whose night drops would not stain the best and brightest scimitar That ever youthful Sultan wore On the first morning of his reign. End of poem. A Persian Patriot. Such were the tales that won belief, And such the colouring fancy gave To a young, warm, and dauntless chief, One who, no more than mortal brave, Fought for the land his soul adored, For happy homes and altars free, His only talisman the sword, His only spell word liberty. One of that ancient hero line, Along whose glorious current shine Names that have sanctified their blood, As Lebanon's small mountain flood Is rendered holy by the ranks Of sainted cedars on its banks. 'Twas not for him to crouch the knee Tamely to Moslem's tyranny. 'Twas not for him whose soul was cast In the bright mould of ages past, Whose melancholy spirit, fed With all the glories of the dead, Though framed for Iran's happiest years, Was born among her chains and tears. 'Twas not for him to swell the crowd Of slavish heads, that shrinking bowed Before the Moslem as he passed, Like shrubs beneath the poison blast. No, far he fled, indignant fled The pageant of his country's shame, While every tear her children shed Fell on his soul like drops of flame. And, as a lover hails the dawn Of a first smile, so welcomed he The sparkle of the first sword drawn For vengeance and for liberty. End of poem. The Gabber's Stronghold. There stood, but one short league away From old Harmosia's sultry bay, A rocky mountain, o'er the sea Of Oman beetling awfully, a last and solitary link of those stupendous chains that reach from the broad Caspian's reedy brink down winding to the green sea beach. Around its base the bare rocks stood, like naked giants in the flood, as if to guard the gulf across, while on its peak, that braved the sky, a ruined temple towered, so high that oft the sleeping albatross struck the wild ruins with her wing, and from her cloud-rocked slumbering started to find man's dwellings there, in her own silent fields of air. Beneath, terrific caverns gave dark welcome to each stormy wave that dashed like midnight revellers in. And such the strange mysterious din at times throughout those caverns rolled, and such the fearful wonders told of restless sprites imprisoned there, that bold were Moslem who would dare at twilight hour to steer his skiff beneath the Gheber's lonely cliff. On the land side those towers sublime, that seemed above the grasp of time, were severed from the haunts of men, by a wide, deep and wizard glen, so fathomless, so full of gloom, no eye could pierce the void between. It seemed a place where ghouls might come with their foul banquets from the tomb, and in its caverns feed unseen. Like distant thunder, from below the sound of many torrents came, too deep for eye or ear to know if 'twere the sea's imprisoned flow, or floods of ever restless flame. For each ravine, each rocky spire of that vast mountain stood on fire, and, though for ever past the day when God was worshipped in the blaze that from its lofty altar shone, though fled the priests, the votaries gone, still did the mighty flame burn on, through chance and change, through good and ill, like its own God's eternal will, deep, constant, bright, unquenchable. End of poem. The Traitor's Curse. Oh, for a tongue to curse the slave, whose treason, like a deadly blight, comes o'er the counsels of the brave, and blasts them in their hour of might. May life's unblessed cup for him be drugged with treacheries to the brim, with hopes that but allure to fly, with joys that vanish while he sips, like Dead Sea fruits that tempt the eye, but turn to ashes on the lips. His country's curse, his children's shame, outcast of virtue, peace, and fame, may he, at last, with lips of flame, on the parched desert thirsting die, while lakes that shone in mockery nigh are fading off, untouched, untasted, like the once glorious hopes he blasted. And when from earth his spirit flies, just prophet, let the damned one dwell full in the sight of paradise, beholding heaven and feeling hell. End of poem. Calm after storm. How calm, how beautiful comes on the stilly hour when storms are gone, when warring winds have died away, and clouds beneath the glancing ray melt off and leave the land and sea sleeping in bright tranquillity, fresh as if day again were born, again upon the lap of morn, when the light blossoms, rudely torn and scattered at the whirlwind's will, hang floating in the pure air still, filling it all with precious balm, in gratitude for this sweet calm. And every drop the thunder showers have left upon the grass and flowers sparkles as 'twere that lightning gem whose liquid flame is born of them. When, 'stead of one unchanging breeze, there blow 1,000 gentle airs, and each a different perfume bears, as if the loveliest plants and trees had vassal breezes of their own, to watch and wait on them alone. and waft no other breath than theirs. When the blue waters rise and fall, in sleepy sunshine mantling all, and even that swell the tempest leaves is like the full and silent heaves of lovers' hearts, when newly blest, too newly to be quite at rest. Such was the golden hour that broke upon the world, when Hinder woke from her long trance, and heard around no motion but the water's sound, rippling against the vessel's side, as slow it mounted o'er the tide. But where is she? Her eyes are dark, are wildered still. Is this the bark, the same that from Harmosia's bay bore her at morn, whose bloody way the sea-dog tracked? No, strange and new is all that meets her wondering view. Upon a gallio's deck she lies, beneath no rich pavilion's shade. No plumes to fan her sleeping eyes, nor jasmine on her pillow laid. But the rude litter, roughly spread with war-cloaks, is her homely bed, and shawl and sash on javelins hung, for awning o'er her head are flung. Shuddering she looked around. There lay a group of warriors in the sun, resting their limbs, as for that day their ministry of death were done. Some gazing on the drowsy sea, lost in unconscious reverie, and some, who seemed but ill to brook that sluggish calm, with many a look to the slack sail impatient cast, as loose it flagged around the mast. End of poem. An Eastern Eventide. To tearless eyes and hearts at ease, the leafy shores and sun-bright seas that lay beneath that mountain's height had been a fair enchanting sight. 'Twas one of those ambrosial eves a day of storm so often leaves at its calm setting, when the west opens her golden bowers of rest, and a moist radiance from the skies shoots trembling down, as from the eyes of some meek penitent, whose last bright hours atoned for dark ones past, and whose sweet tears o'er wrong forgiven shine as they fall with light from heaven. 'Twas stillness all. The winds that late had rushed through Kerman's almond groves, and shaken from her bowers of date that cooling feast the traveller loves, now, lulled to languor, scarcely curl the green sea-wave, whose waters gleam limpid, as if her mines of pearl were melted all to form the stream. And her fair islets, small and bright, with their green shores reflected there, look like those Peri isles of light, that hang by spell-work in the air. End of poem. Araby's Daughter. Farewell, farewell to thee, Araby's daughter. Thus warbled a Peri beneath the dark sea. No pearl ever lay under Oman's green water, more pure in its shell than thy spirit in thee. O fair as the sea-flower close to thee growing, how light was thy heart till love's witchery came, like the wind of the south o'er a summer lute blowing, and hushed all its music and withered its frame. But long upon Araby's green sunny highlands shall maids and their lovers remember the doom of her who lies sleeping among the Pearl Islands, with naught but the sea-star to light up her tomb. And still, when the merry date season is burning, and calls to the palm groves the young and the old, the happiest there from their pastime returning at sunset will weep when thy story is told. The young village maid, when with flowers she dresses her dark flowing hair for some festival day, will think of thy fate till, neglecting her tresses, she mournfully turns from the mirror away. Nor shall Iran, beloved of her hero, forget thee, though tyrants watch over her tears as they start. Close, close by the side of that hero she'll set thee, embalmed in the innermost shrine of her heart. Farewell, be it ours to embellish thy pillow with everything beauteous that grows in the deep. Each flower of the rock and each gem of the billow shall sweeten thy bed and illumine thy sleep. Around thee shall glisten the loveliest amber that ever the sorrowing sea-bird has wept, with many a shell in whose hollow-wreathed chamber we Peris of ocean by moonlight have slept. We'll dive where the gardens of coral lie darkling, and plant all the rosier stems at thy head. We'll seek where the sands of the Caspian are sparkling, and gather there gold to strew o'er thy bed. Farewell, farewell, until pity's sweet fountain is lost in the hearts of the fair and the brave. They'll weep for the chieftain who died on that mountain, they'll weep for the maiden who sleeps in this wave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 14. From Lalla Rookh, Part 4, The Light of the Harem, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. The Vale of Kashmir. Who has not heard of the Vale of Kashmir, with its roses the brightest that earth ever gave? Its temples and grottos, and fountains as clear as the love-lighted eyes that hang over their wave. Oh, to see it at sunset, when warm o'er the lake its splendour at parting a summer eve throws, like a bride full of blushes when lingering to take a last look of her mirror at night ere she goes. When the shrines through the foliage are gleaming, half shown, and each hallows the hour by some rites of its own. Here the music of prayer from the minaret swells, here the Magian his urn full of perfume is swinging, and here, at the altar, a zone of sweet bells round the waist of some fair Indian dancer is ringing. Or to see it by moonlight, when mellowly shines the light o'er its palaces, gardens, and shrines, when the waterfall gleams like a quick fall of stars, and the nightingale's hymn from the Isle of Chenars is broken by laughs and light echoes of feet from the cool shining walks where the young people meet. Or at morn, when the magic of daylight awakes a new wonder each minute, as slowly it breaks. Hills, cupolas, fountains, called forth every one out of darkness, as if but just born of the sun. When the spirit of fragrance is up with the day, from his harem of night flowers stealing away, and the wind, full of wantonness, woos like a lover the young aspen trees till they tremble all over. When the east is as warm as the light of first hopes, and day, with his banner of radiance unfurled, shines in through the mountainous portal that opes, sublime from that valley of bliss to the world. End of poem. Namuna, the Enchantress. Hence is it too that Nourmahal, amid the luxuries of this hour, far from the joyous festival, sits in her own sequestered bower, with no one near to soothe or to aid, but that inspired and wondrous maid, Namuna, the Enchantress, one o'er whom his race the golden sun for unremembered years has run, yet never saw her blooming brow younger or fairer than 'tis now. Nay, rather, as the west wind's sigh Freshens the flower it passes by, Time's wing but seemed, in stealing o'er, To leave her lovelier than before. Yet on her smiles a sadness hung, And when, as oft, she spoke or sung Of other worlds, there came a light From her dark eyes so strangely bright, That all believed nor man nor earth Were conscious of Namouna''s birth. All spells and talismans she knew, From the great mantra, which around The air's sublimer spirits drew, To the gold gems of Afric, bound Upon the wondering Arab's arm, To keep him from the Siltim's harm. And she had pledged her powerful art, Pledged it with all the zeal and heart Of one who knew, though high her sphere, What 'twas to lose a love so dear, To find some spell that should recall Her Selim's smile to Nourmahal. End of poem. Namouna''s Song. I know where the winged visions dwell, That around the night bed play. I know each herb and flow'ret's bell, Where they hide their wings by day. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid, To-morrow the dreams and flowers will fade. The image of love, that nightly flies To visit the bashful maid, Steals from the jasmine flower, that sighs Its soul, like her, in the shade. The dream of a future happier hour, That alights on misery's brow, Springs out of the silvery almond flower, That blooms on a leafless bough. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid, To-morrow the dreams and flowers will fade. The visions that oft to worldly eyes The glitter of minds unfold, Inhabit the mountain herb that dyes The tooth of the fawn like gold. The phantom shapes, oh touch not them, That appal the murderer's sight, Lurk in the fleshy mandrake stem, That shrieks when plucked at night. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid, To-morrow the dreams and flowers will fade. The dream of the injured, patient mind, That smiles at the wrongs of men, Is found in the bruised and wounded rind Of the cinnamon, sweetest then. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid, To-morrow the dreams and flowers will fade. End of poem. The Georgian Song. Come hither, by night and by day, We linger in pleasures that never are gone. Like the waves of the summer, as one dies away, Another as sweet and as shining comes on. And the love that is o'er, in expiring, gives birth To a new one as warm, as unequalled in bliss. And, oh, if there be an Elysium on earth, It is this, it is this. Here maidens are sighing, and fragrant their sigh As the flower of the Amra just opened by a bee, And precious their tears as the rain from the sky, Which turns into pearls as it falls in the sea. Oh, think what the kiss and the smile must be worth, When the sigh and the tear are so perfect in bliss. And own if there be an Elysium on earth, It is this, it is this. Here sparkles the nectar, that hallowed by love, Could draw down those angels of old from their sphere, Who for wine of this earth left the fountains above, And forgot heaven's stars for the eyes we have here. And blessed with the odour our goblet gives forth, What spirit the sweets of his Eden would miss? For oh, if there be an Elysium on earth, It is this, it is this. The Georgian song was scarcely mute, when the same measure, sound for sound, was caught up by another lute, and so divinely breathed around, that all stood hushed and wondering, and turned and looked into the air, as if they thought to see the wing of Israfil, the angel, there. So powerfully on every soul that new enchanted measure stole, while now a voice, sweet as the notes of the charmed lute, was heard to float along its chords, and so entwine its sounds with theirs, that none knew whether the voice or lute was most divine, so wondrously they went together. There's a bliss beyond all that the minstrel has told, when two that are linked in one heavenly tie, with heart never changing and brow never cold, love on through all ills and love on till they die. 1 hour of a passion so sacred is worth whole ages of heartless and wondering bliss. And oh, if there be an Elysium on earth, it is this, it is this. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 15, from The Loves of the Angels by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. First Angel's Story. 'Twas in a land that far away into the golden Orient lies, where Nature knows not night's delay, but springs to meet her bridegroom, Day, upon the threshold of the skies. One morn, on earthly mission sent, and midway choosing where to light, I saw, from the blue element, oh beautiful but fatal sight! One of earth's fairest womankind, half veiled from view, or rather shrined in the clear crystal of a brook, which, while it hid no single gleam of her young beauties, made them look more spirit-like, as they might seem through the dim shadowing of a dream. Pausing in wonder, I looked on, while, playfully round her breaking the waters that like diamonds shone, she moved in light of her own making. At length, as from the airy height I gently lowered my breathless flight, the tremble of my wings all o'er, for through each plume I felt the thrill, startled her as she reached the shore of that small lake, her mirror still, above whose brink she stood like snow when rosy with a sunset glow. Never shall I forget those eyes, the shame, the innocent surprise of that bright face, when in the air, uplooking, she beheld me there. It seemed as if each thought, and look, and motion were that minute chained fast to the spot, such root she took. And, like a sunflower by a brook, with face upturned, so still remained. In pity to the wondering maid, though loath from such a vision turning, downward I bent beneath the shade of my spread wings, to hide the burning of glances which, I well could feel, for me, for her, too warmly shone. But, ere I could again unseal my restless eyes, or even steal one sidelong look, the maid was gone, hid from me in the forest leaves. Sudden, as when, in all her charms of full-blown light, some cloud receives the moon into his dusky arms. 'Tis not in words to tell the power, the despotism that, from that hour, passion held o'er me. Day and night I sought round each neighbouring spot, and, in the chase of this sweet light, my task, and heaven, and all forgot. All but the one soul-haunting dream of her I saw in that bright stream. Nor was it long ere by her side I found myself, whole happy days, listening to words whose music vied with our own Eden's seraph lays, when seraph lays are warmed by love, but wanting that far, far above. And looking into eyes where, blue and beautiful, like skies seen through the sleeping wave, for me there shone a heaven more worshipped than my own. Oh, what, while I could hear and see such words and looks, was heaven to me? Though gross the air on earth I drew, 'twas blessed while she breathed it too. Though dark the flowers, though dim the sky, love lent them light while she was nigh. Throughout creation I but knew two separate worlds, the one, that small, beloved, and consecrated spot where Leah was, the other, all the dull, wide waste, where she was not. End of poem. Love, Religion, and Music. 'Twas first at twilight, on the shore of the smooth sea, he heard the lute and voice of her he loved steal o'er the silvery waters that lay mute, as loth by even a breath to stay the pilgrimage of that sweet lay, whose echo still went on and on, till lost among the light that shone far off beyond the ocean's brim. There, where the rich cascade of day had o'er the horizon's golden rim, into Elysium rolled away. Of God she sung, and of the mild attendant mercy that beside his awful throne for ever smiled, ready with her white hand to guide his bolts of vengeance to their prey, that she might quench them on the way. Of peace, of that atoning love, upon whose star, shining above this twilight world of hope and fear, the weeping eyes of faith are fixed, so fond, that with her every tear the light of that love-star is mixed. All this she sung, and such a soul of piety was in that song, that the charmed angel, as it stole tenderly to his ear along those lulling waters where he lay, watching the daylight's dying ray, thought 'twas a voice from out the wave, an echo that some sea-nymph gave to Eden's distant harmony, heard faint and sweet beneath the sea. Quickly, however, to its source, tracking that music's melting course, he saw upon the golden sand of the sea-shore a maiden stand, before whose feet the expiring waves flung their last offering with a sigh, as in the east exhausted slaves lay down the far-brought gift and die. And while her lute hung by her, hushed, as if unequal to the tide of song that from her lips still gushed, she raised like one beatified those eyes whose light seemed rather given to be adored than to adore, such eyes as may have looked from heaven, but ne'er were raised to it before. O love, religion, music, all that's left of Eden upon earth, the only blessing since the fall of our weak souls, that still recall a trace of their high, glorious birth. How kindred are the dreams you bring! How love, though unto earth so prone, delights to take religion's wing, when time or grief has stained his own! How near to love's beguiling brink, too oft, entranced religion lies, while music is the link they both still hold to the skies, the language of their native sphere, which they had else forgotten here. End of poem. Consolations. All this they bear, but, not the less, have moments rich in happiness. Blessed meetings, after many a day of widowhood passed far away, when the loved face again is seen, close, close, with not a tear between. Confidings frank, without control, poured mutually from soul to soul, as free from any fear or doubt as is that light from chill or stain the sun into the stars sheds out, to be by them shed back again. That happy minglement of hearts, where, changed as chymic compounds are, each with its own existence parts, to find a new one, happier far. Such are their joys, and, crowning all, that blessed hope of the bright hour, when, happy and no more to fall, their spirits shall, with freshened power, rise up rewarded for their trust in Him, for whom all goodness springs, and, shaking off earth's soiling dust from their emancipated wings, wander forever through those skies of radiance where love never dies. In what lone region of the earth these pilgrims now may roam or dwell, God and the angels who look forth to watch their steps alone can tell. But should we in our wanderings meet a young pair, whose beauty wants but the adornment of bright wings to look like heaven's inhabitants, who shine where'er they tread, and yet are humble in their earthly lot, as is the wayside violet that shines unseen, and were it not for its sweet breath, would be forgot, whose hearts in every thought are one, whose voices utter the same wills, answering as echo doth some tone of fairy music 'mong the hills, so like itself we seek in vain which is the echo, which the strain, whose piety is love, whose love, though close as 'twere their souls' embrace, is not of earth, but from above. Like two fair mirrors face to face, whose light, from one to the other thrown, is heaven's reflection, not her own. Should we e'er meet with aught so pure, so perfect here, we may be sure 'tis Zaraph and his bride we see, and call young lovers round to view the pilgrim pair as they pursue their pathway towards eternity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 16, from Satirical and Humorous Poems, Part 1, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. From The Sceptic. As the gay tint that decks the vernal rose, not in the flower, but in our vision glows, as the ripe flavour of Falernia tides, not in the wine, but in our taste resides, so when, with heartfelt tribute we declare, that Marco's honest, and that Susan's fair, 'tis in our minds, and not in Susan's eyes, or Marco's life, the worth or beauty lies. For she, in flat-nosed China, would appear as plain a thing as Lady Anne is here, and one light joke at rich Loretto's dome would rank good Marco with the damned at Rome. There's no deformity so vile, so base, that 'tis not somewhere thought a charm, a grace. No foul reproach that may not steal a beam from other suns to bleach it to esteem. Ask who is wise, you'll find the self-same man a sage in France, a madman in Japan. And here some head beneath a mitre swells, which there had tingled to a cap and bells. Nay, there may yet some monstrous region be, unknown to Cook and from Napoleon free, where Castlereagh would for a patriot pass, and mouthing Musgrave scarce be deemed an ass. End of poem. The Twopenny Post-Bag, Letter 2, from Colonel Macmahon to Gould Francis Lecky, Esquire. Dear Sir, I've just had time to look into your very learned book, wherein, as plain as man can speak, whose English is half modern Greek, You prove that we can ne'er entrench Our happy isles against the French, Till royalty in England's made A much more independent trade. In short, until the House of Guelph Lays Lords and Commons on the shelf, And boldly sets up for itself. All that can well be understood In this said book is vastly good, And as to what's incomprehensible, I dare be sworn 'tis full as sensible. But to your work's immortal credit, The Prince, good sir, the Prince has read it. The only book, himself remarks, Which he has read since Mrs. Clark's. Last levee morn he looked it through, During that awful hour or two Of grave tonsorial preparation, Which to a fond admiring nation Sends forth, announced by trump and drum, The best wigged Prince in Christendom. He thinks with you the imagination Of partnership in legislation Could only enter in the noddles Of dull and ledger-keeping twaddles, Whose heads on firms are running so, They even must have a King and Co. And hence most eloquently show forth On checks and balances and so forth. But now he trusts we're coming nearer Far more royal, loyal era, When England's monarch need but say, Whip me those scoundrels, Castlereagh, Or hang me up those Papists, Eldon, And 'twill be done, aye, faith, and well done. With view to which I've this command, To beg, sir, from your travelled hand, Round which the foreign graces swarm, A plan of radical reform, Compiled and chosen as best you can In Turkey or at Isfahan. And quite upturning branch and root, Lords, Commons, and Burdett to boot. But pray, whate'er you may impart, write Somewhat more brief than Major Cartwright. Else, though the Prince be long in rigging, 'Twould take at least a fortnight's wigging, 2 wigs to every paragraph, Before he well could get through half. You'll send it also speedily, as truth to say, 'twixt you and me, His Highness, heated by your work, Already thinks himself Grand Turk. And you'd have laughed had you seen how He scared the Chancellor just now, When on his Lordship's entering puffed he, Slapped his back and called him Mufti. The tailors too have got commands To put directly into hands All sorts of doulimans and pouches, With sashes, turbans, and pabuches, While Yarmouth's sketching out a plan Of new moustaches à la Ottoman, And all things fitting and expedient To Turkify our gracious Regent. You therefore have no time to waste, So send your system, yours in haste. End of poem. Extracts from the Diary of a Politician. Wednesday. Through Manchester Square, took a canter just now, Met the old yellow chariot, and made a low bow. This I did, of course, thinking 'twas loyal and civil, But got such a look, oh, 'twas black as the divil. How unlucky, incog he was travelling about, And I, like a noodle, must go find him out. Memo. When next by the old yellow chariot I ride, To remember there is nothing princely inside. Thursday. At levee to-day made another sad blunder. What can become over me lately, I wonder? The Prince was as cheerful as if, all his life, He had never been troubled with friends or a wife. Fine weather, says he, to which I, who must prate, Answered, Yes, sir, but changeable rather of late. He took it, I fear, for he looked somewhat gruff, And handled his new pair of whiskers so rough, That before all courtiers I feared they'd come off, And then, Lord, how Jeram would triumphantly scoff. Memo. To buy for son Dicky some unguent or lotion, To nourish his whiskers, sure road to promotion. Saturday. Last night a concert, vastly gay, given by Lady Castlereagh. My lord loves music, and, we know, has 2 strings always to his bow. In choosing songs, the Regent named, had I a heart for falsehood framed. While gentle Hertford begged and prayed for young I am, and sore afraid. End of poem. What's my thought like? Question. Why is a pump like Viscount Castlereagh? Answer. Because it is a slender thing of wood, that up and down its awkward arm doth sway, and coolly spout, and spout, and spout away, in one weak, washy, everlasting flood. End of poem. Epigram. Dialogue between a dowager and her maid, on the night of Lord Yarmouth's fate. I want the court guide, said my lady, to look if the house, Seymour Place, be at 30 or 20. We've lost the court guide, ma'am, but here's the red book, where you'll find, I dare say, Seymour Places in plenty. End of poem. Little Man and Little Soul, a ballad, to the tune of There was a little man, and he wooed a little maid. Dedicated to the Right Honourable Charles Abbott. Arcanas ambo e cantare pares. 1813. There was a little man, and he had a little soul. And he said, Little soul, let us try, whether it's within our reach to make up a little speech, just between you and little I, just between little you and little I. Then said his little soul, peeping from her little hole, I protest, little man, you are stout, but if it's not uncivil, pray tell me what the devil must our little speech be about, bout. Must our little speech be about? The little man looked big, with the assistance of his wig, and he called his little soul to order, till she feared he'd make her jog in to jail like Thomas Croggin, as she wasn't Duke or Earl to reward her, ward her, as she wasn't Duke or Earl to reward her. The little man then spoke, Little soul, it is no joke, for as sure as Jacky Fuller loves a sup, I will tell the prince and people what I think of church and steeple, and my little patent plan to prop them up, and my little patent plan to prop them up. Away then, cheek by jowl, little man and little soul went and spoke their little speech to a tittle, and the world all declare that this priggish little pair never yet in all their lives looked so little, never yet in all their lives looked so little. End of poem. Reinforcements for Lord Wellington. Suosque tibi commendat, Troja penates hos cape fatorum comites. Virgil, 1813. As recruits in these times are not easily got, and the Marshal must have them, pray why should we not, as the last, and I grant it the worst of our loans to him, ship off the ministry body and bones to him? There's not in all England, I'll venture to swear, any men we could half so conveniently spare. And though they've been helping the French for years past, we may thus make them useful to England at last. Castlereagh in our sieges might save some disgraces, being used to the taking and keeping of places. And Volunteer Canning, still ready for joining, might show off his talents for sly undermining. Could the household but spare us its glory and pride, old Hertford at Horn's work again might be tried, and as Chief Justice make a bold charge at his side, while Van Sittart could victual the troops upon tick, and the doctor look after the baggage and sick. Nay, I do not see why the great Regent himself should in times such as these stay at home on the shelf. Though through narrow defiles he's not fitted to pass, yet who could resist if he bore down en masse? And though oft of an evening perhaps he might prove, like our Spanish confederates, unable to move, yet there's one thing in war of advantage unbounded, which is, that he could not with ease be surrounded. In my next I shall sing of their arms and equipment, at present no more, but good luck to the shipment. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 17. From Satirical and Humorous Poems, Part 2, The Fudge Family in Paris, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. From Miss Biddy Fudge to Miss Dorothy, of Clonkilty in Ireland. Amiens. Dear Doll, while the tails of our horses are plaiting, the trunks tying on, and Papa at the door into very bad French is as usual translating his English resolve not to give a sou more, I sit down to write you a line. Only think, a letter from France, with French pens and French ink. How delightful! Though, would you believe it, my dear, I have seen nothing yet very wonderful here. No adventure, no sentiment, far as we've come, but the cornfields and trees quite as dull as at home. And but for the postboy, his boots and his queue, I might just as well be at Clonkilty with you. In vain at Dessaines did I take from my trunk that divine fellow Sterne, and fall reading the Monk. In vain did I think of his charming dead ass, and remember the crust and the wallet, alas. No monks can be had now for love or for money, all owing, Pa says, to that infidel Boney. And though one little Neddy we saw in our drive out of classical Nampont, the beast was alive. By the by, though, at Calais, Papa had a touch of romance on the pier, which affected me much. At the sight of that spot where our darling 18 set the first of his own dear legitimate feet, modelled out so exactly, and, God bless the mark, 'tis a foot, Dolly, worthy so grand a monarch. He exclaimed, "Oh, mon roi!" and with tear-dropping eye stood to gaze on the spot, while some Jacobin nigh muttered out with a shrug, "What an insolent thing! Ma foi, he be right, 'tis the Englishman's king. And that gros pied de cochon, beggar me will say, that the foot look much better if turned t'other way. There's the pillar too, Lord, I had nearly forgot. What a charming idea, raised close to the spot. The mode being now, as you've heard, I suppose, to build tombs over legs, and raise pillars to toes. This is all that's occurred sentimental as yet, except indeed some little flower nymphs we've met, who disturb one's romance with pecuniary views, flinging flowers in your path, and then bawling for sous. And some picturesque beggars whose multitudes seem to recall the good days of the ancien regime, all as ragged and brisk, you'll be happy to learn, and as thin as they were in the time of dear Sterne. End of poem. From Phil Fudge, Esquire, to the Lord Viscount Castlereagh. Paris. At length, my lord, I have the bliss to date to you a line from this demoralized metropolis, where by plebeians low and scurvy the throne was turned quite topsy-turvy, and kingship tumbled from its seat, stood prostrate at the people's feet. Where, still to use your lordship's tropes, The level of obedience slopes, upward and downward as the stream Of Hydra faction kicks the beam, Where the poor Pallas changes masters quicker than a snake its skin, And Louis is rolled out on casters, while Boney's borne on shoulders in. But where, in every change, no doubt, one special good your lordship traces, that 'tis the kings alone turned out, the ministers still keep their places. How oft, dear Viscount Castlereagh, I've thought of thee upon the way, As in my job, what place could be More apt to wake a thought of thee? Or often afar, when gravely sitting Upon my dickey, as is fitting For him who writes a tour, that he May more of men and manners see. I've thought of thee and of thy glories, Thou guest of kings and king of Tories, Reflecting how thy fame has grown And spread beyond man's usual share, At home, abroad, till thou art known, Like Major Semple, everywhere. And marvelling with what powers of breath, Your lordship having speeched to death Some hundreds of your fellow men, Next speeched to sovereigns' ears, and when all sovereigns else were dozed, At last speeched down the sovereign of Belfast. Oh, mid the praises and the trophies Thou gain'st from Morris of St. Sophie's, Mid all the tributes to thy fame, There's one thou shouldst be chiefly pleased at, That Ireland gives her snuff thy name, And Castlereagh's the thing now sneezed at. End of poem. Ireland's Revenge. O England, could such poor revenge atone For wrongs that well might claim the deadliest one, Were it a vengeance, sweet enough to sate The wretch who flies from thy intolerant hate, To hear his curses on such barbarous sway Echoed where'er he bends his cheerless way. Could this content him, every lip he meets Teems for his vengeance with such poisonous sweets. Were this his luxury, never is thy name Pronounced, but he doth banquet on thy shame. Hears maledictions ring from every side Upon that grasping power, that selfish pride, Which vaunts its own, and scorns all rights beside. That low and desperate envy, which to blast A neighbour's blessings risks the few thou hast. That monster self, too gross to be concealed, Which ever lurks behind thy proffered shield. That faithless craft, which, in thy hour of need, Can court the slave, can swear he shall be freed, Yet basely spurns him, when thy point is gained, Back to his masters, ready gagged and chained. Worthy associate of that band of kings, That royal ravening flock, whose vampire wings O'er sleeping Europe treacherously brood, And fan her into dreams of promised good, Of hope, of freedom, but to drain her blood. If thus to hear thee branded be a bliss That vengeance loves, there's yet more sweet than this, That 'twas an Irish head, an Irish heart, Made thee the fallen and tarnished thing thou art. That, as the centaur gives the infected vest In which he died to rack his conqueror's breast, We send thee Castlereagh. As heaps of dead have slain their slayers by the pest they spread, So hath our land breathed out thy fame to dim The strength, to waste and rot thee soul and limb. So hath our land breathed out thy fame to dim Thy strength to waste, and rot thee soul and limb, Her worst infections all condensed in him. End of poem. Phil Fudge in Paris. But Think, Dick, their cooks, what a loss to mankind! What a void in the world would their art leave behind! Their chronometer spits, their intense salamanders, their ovens, their pots that can soften old ganders, all vanished for ever, their miracles o'er, and the marmot perpetual bubbling no more. Forbid it, ye holy allies, take whatever ye fancy, take statues, take money, but leave them, oh leave them, their Peri pies, their glorious goose livers, their high pickled tunny, though many I own are the evils they've brought us, though royalty's here on her very last legs, yet who can help loving the land that has taught us 685 ways to dress eggs? You see, Dick, in spite of their cries of God damn, coquin anglais, etc., how generous I am. And now, to return once again to my day, which will take us all night to get through in this way. From the boulevards we saunter through many a street, crack jokes on the natives, mine all very neat. Leave the signs of the times to political fops, and find twice as much fun in the signs of the shops. Here a Louis XVIII, there a Martin Mascousse, much in vogue since your eagles are gone out of use. Henri Quarters in shoals, and gods a great many, but saints are the most on hard duty of any. Saint Tony, who used all temptations to spurn, here hangs o'er a beer shop, and tempts in his turn. While there St. Venetia sits hemming and frilling her holy mouchoir o'er the door of some milliner. St. Austin's the outward and visible sign of an inward cheap dinner and pint of small wine, while St. Denis hangs o'er some hatter of ton, and possessing, good bishop, no head of his own, takes an interest in dandies who've got next to none. Then we stare into shops, read the evening's affiches, or, if some, who're Lotharios in feeding, should wish, just to flirt with a luncheon, a devilish bad trick, as it takes off the bloom of one's appetite, Dick. To the passage des, what d'ye call it, des panoramas, we quicken our pace, and there heartily cram as seducing young pâtés as ever could cozen one out of one's appetite down by the dozen. We vary, of course. Petit pâtés do one day, the next we've our lunch with the Gaufriers Hollandaise. That popular artist who brings out like Scott his delightful productions so quick, hot and hot. Not the worst for the exquisite comment that follows, divine maraschino, which, Lord, how one swallows. End of poem. Extracts from Mr. Fudge's journal addressed to Lord C. August 10th. Went to the madhouse, saw the man, who thinks, poor wretch, that while the fiend of discord here full riot ran, he, like the rest, was guillotined. But that when under Boney's reign, a more discreet though quite a strong one, the heads were all restored again, he, in the scramble, got a wrong one. Accordingly, he still cries out, "This strange head fits him most unpleasantly," and always runs, poor devil, about, inquiring for his own incessantly. While to his case a tear I dropped, and sauntered home, thought I, ye gods, how many heads might thus be swapped, and, after all, not make much odds. For instance, there's Vansittart's head, tam carum, it may well be said. If, by some curious chance, it came to settle on Bill Solmes's shoulders, the effect would turn out much the same on all respectable cash-holders, except that while in its new socket The head was planning schemes to win a zigzag way into one's pocket, the hands would plunge directly in. Good Viscount Sidmouth, too, instead of his own grave respected head, for aught I see that bars, old Lady Wilhelmina Frumps. So while the hand signed circulars, the head might lisp out, "What is trumps?" The Regent's brains could we transfer to some robust man milliner. The shop, the shears, the lace and ribbon would go, I doubt not, quite as glib on. And, vice versa, take the pains to give the Prince the shopman's brains, one only change from thence would flow, ribbons would not be wasted so. 'Twas thus I pondered on, my lord, and, even at night, when laid in bed, I found myself, before I snored, thus chopping, swapping head for head. At length I thought, fantastic elf, how such a change would suit myself. 'Twixt sleep and waking, one by one, with various pericraniums saddled, at last I tried your lordship's on, and then I grew completely addled, forgot all other heads, odd rot 'em, and slept and dreamt that I was bottom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 18. From Satirical and Humorous Poems, Part 3. Fables for the Holy Alliance, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. The Dissolution of the Holy Alliance. A Dream. I've had a dream that bodes no good unto the Holy Brotherhood. I may be wrong, but I confess, as far as it is right or lawful for one no conjurer to guess, it seems to me extremely awful. Methought upon the Neva's flood a beautiful ice palace stood, a dome of frostwork on the plan of that once built by Empress Anne, which shone by moonlight, as the tale is, like an aurora borealis. In this said palace, furnished all and lighted as the best on land are, I dreamt there was a splendid ball, given by the Emperor Alexander, to entertain with all due zeal those holy gentlemen who've shown a regard so kind for Europe's weal, at Troppau, Laybach, and Verona. The thought was happy, and designed to hint how thus the human mind may, like the stream imprisoned there, be checked and chilled, till it can bear the heaviest kings, that ode or sonnet ere yet be praised, to dance upon it. And all were pleased, and cold, and stately, shivering in grand illumination, admired the superstructure greatly, nor gave one thought to the foundation. Much too the Tsar himself exulted, to all plebeian fears a stranger, for Madame Krudener, when consulted, had pledged her word there was no danger. So on he capered, fearless quite, thinking himself extremely clever, and waltzed away with all his might, as if the frost would last for ever. Just fancy how a bard like me, who reverence monarchs, must have trembled to see that goodly company at such a ticklish sport assembled. Nor were the fears that thus astounded my loyal soul at all unfounded. For lo, ere long, those walls so massy were seized with an ill-omened dripping, and o'er the floors, now growing glassy, their holinesses took to slipping. The Tsar, half through a polonaise, could scarce get on for downright stumbling, and Prussia, though to slippery ways well used, was cursedly near tumbling. Yet still 'twas who could stamp the floor most, Russia and Austria's 'mong the foremost, and now to an Italian air this precious brace would, hand in hand, go, Now wild old Louis from his chair entreated them his toes to spare, called loudly out for a fandango. And a fandango faith they had, at which they all set to like mad. Never were kings, though small the expenses Of wit among their excellencies, so out of all their princely senses. But that dance, that Spanish dance, scarce was the luckless strain begun, when, glaring red, as 'twere a glance Shot from an angry southern sun, a light through all the chambers flamed, astonishing old Father Frost, who bursting into tears exclaimed, "A thaw, by Jove, we're lost, we're lost! Run, France, a second Waterloo is come to drown you. Sauve qui peut." End of poem. The Fly and the Bullock. The wise men of Egypt were secret as dummies, and even when they most condescended to teach, they packed up their meaning, as they did their mummies, in so many wrappers 'twas out of one's reach. They were also good people much given to kings, fond of craft and of crocodiles, monkeys and mystery. But blue-bottle flies were their best beloved things, as will partly appear in this very short history. A Scythian philosopher, nephew, they say, to that other great traveller, young Anacharsis, stepped into a temple at Memphis one day, to have a short peep at their mystical farces. He saw a brisk blue bottle fly on an altar, made much of and worshipped as something divine, while a large handsome bullock led there in a halter, before it lay stabbed at the foot of the shrine. Surprised at such doings, he whispered his teacher, "If 'tisn't impertinent, may I ask why Should a bullock, that useful and powerful creature, Be thus offered up to a blue-bottle fly?" "No wonder," said t'other, "you stare at the sight, But we as a symbol of monarchy view it. That fly on the shrine is legitimate right, And that bullock the people that's sacrificed to it." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 19. From Satirical and Humorous Poems, Part 4, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Rhymes on the Road. Extract 9. The English Tourist. Venice. And is there no earthly place where we can rest in dream Elysian, without some cursed round English face popping up near to break the vision? Mid northern lakes, mid southern vines, unholy cits we're doomed to meet, for highest Alps nor Apennines are sacred from Threadneedle Street. If up the Simplin's path we wind, fancying we leave this world behind, such pleasant sounds salute one's ear as "Baddish news from Change, my dear." The funds, phew, curse this ugly hill, are lowering fast. What, higher still? And, zooks, we're mounting up to heaven, will soon be down to 67. Go where we may, rest where we will, eternal London haunts us still. The trash of Almack's or Fleetditch, and scarce a pin's head difference which, mixes, though even to Greece we run, with every rill from Helicon. And if this rage for levelling lasts, if cockneys of all sects and castes, old maidens, aldermen, and squires, will leave their puddings and cold fires, to gape at things in foreign lands no soul among them understands, if blues desert their coteries to show off 'mong the Wahhabis, if neither sex nor age controls, nor fear of Mamelukes forbids young ladies with pink parasols to glide among the pyramids, why, then farewell all hope to find a spot that's free from London kind, Who knows if to the west we roam, but we may find some blue at home among the blacks of Carolina, or flying to the eastward see some Mrs. Hopkins taking tea and toast upon the wall of China. End of poem. A speculation. Of all speculations the market holds forth, the best that I know for a lover of pelf is to buy Marcus up at the price he is worth, and then sell him at that which he sets on himself. End of poem. A joke, versified. Come, come, said Tom's father, at your time of life there's no longer excuse for thus playing the rake. It is time you should think, boy, of taking a wife. Why, so it is, father. Whose wife shall I take? End of poem. Lines on the departure of Lords Castlereagh and Stuart for the Continent. At Paris, e frat eci rapuere sobilis, vix tenure manus, scis hoc menelae nefandes. Ovid, Metamorphosis, Book 13, verse 202. Go, brothers in wisdom, go, bright pair of peers, and may Cupid and Fame fan you both with their pinions. The one, the best lover we have of his years, and the other prime statesman of Britain's dominions. Go, hero of Chancery, blessed with the smile of the misses that love and the monarchs that prize thee. Forget Mrs. Angelo Taylor awhile, and all tailors but him who so well dandifies thee. Never mind how thy juniors in gallantry scoff, never heed how perverse affidavits may thwart thee, but show the young misses thou'rt scholar enough to translate amor fortis, a love about 40. And sure 'tis no wonder, when, fresh as young Mars, from the battle you came, with the orders you'd earned in it, that sweet Lady Fanny should cry out, my stars, and forget that the moon, too, was some way concerned in it. For not the great Regent himself has endured, though I've seen him with badges and orders all shine, till he looked like a house that was over-insured, a much heavier burden of glories than thine. And 'tis plain, when a wealthy young lady so mad is, or any young lady can so go astray as to marry old dandies that might be their daddies, the stars are in fault, my Lord Stuart, not they. Thou, too, t'other brother, thou Tully of Tories, thou malaprop Cicero, over whose lips such a smooth rigmarole about monarchs and glories, and knowledge and features like syllabub slips. Go, haste at the Congress, pursue thy vocation of adding fresh sums to this national debt of ours, leaguing with kings who, for mere recreation, break promises, fast as your lordships break metaphors. Fare ye well, bright pair of peers, and may Cupid and Fame fan you both with their pinions, the one the best lover we have of his years, and the other prime statesman of Britain's dominions. End of poem. To Sir Hudson Lowe. Effare causam nominis, utrume mores hoc tui, nomen dedere ad nomen hoc, secuta morum regula. Ausonius, 1816. Sir Hudson Lowe, Sir Hudson Lowe, by name and, by nature so. As thou art fond of persecutions, perhaps thou'd read or heard repeated how Captain Gulliver was treated when thrown among the Lilliputians. They tied him down, these little men did, and having valiantly ascended upon the mighty man's protuberance, They did so strut, upon my soul, it may have been extremely droll To see their pigmy pride's exuberance, And how the doughty mannikins Amused themselves with sticking pins And needles in the great man's breeches, And how some very little things, That pass for lords on scaffoldings, Got up and worried him with speeches. Alas, alas, that it should happen To mighty men to be caught napping, Though different too, these persecutions, For Gulliver there took the nap, While here the nap, oh sad mishap, Is taken by the Lilliputians. End of poem. Ballad for the Cambridge election. I authorised my committee to take the step which they did, of proposing a fair comparison of strength, upon the understanding that whichever of the two should prove to be the weakest, should give way to the other. Extract from Mr. W. J. Banks's letter to Mr. Goulburn. Banks is weak, and Goulburn too. No one e'er the fact denied, which is weakest of the two, Cambridge can alone decide. Choose between them, Cambridge, pray, Which is weakest, Cambridge, say. Goulburn of the Pope afraid is, Banks as much afraid as he. Never yet did two old ladies On this point so well agree. Choose between them, Cambridge, pray, Which is weakest, Cambridge, say. Each a different mode pursues, Each the same conclusion reaches. Banks is foolish in reviews, Goulburn foolish in his speeches. Choose between them, Cambridge, pray, Which is weakest, Cambridge, say. Each a different foe doth damn, When his own affairs have gone ill. Banks he damneth Buckingham, Goulburn damneth Dan O'Connell. Choose between them, Cambridge, pray, Which is weakest, Cambridge, say. Once we know a horse's neigh Fixed the election to a throne, So whichever first shall bray, Choose him, Cambridge, for thy own. Choose him by his bray, Thus elect him, Cambridge, pray. June 1826. End of poem. News for Country Cousins, 1826. Dear Coz, as I know neither you nor Miss Draper, when Parliament's up, ever take in a paper, but trust for your news to such stray odds and ends as you chance to pick up from political friends. Being one of this well-informed class, I sit down to transmit you the last, newest news that's in town. As to Greece and Lord Cochrane, things couldn't look better. His lordship, who promises now to fight faster, has just taken Rhodes, and dispatched off a letter to Daniel O'Connell to make him Grand Master, engaging to change the old name if he can, from the Knights of St. John to the Knights of St. Dan. Or, if Dan should prefer, as a still better whim, being made the Colossus, 'tis all one to him. From Russia, the last accounts are that the Tsar, most generous and kind as all sovereigns are, and whose first princely act, as you know I suppose, was to give away all his late brother's old clothes, is now busy collecting with brotherly care the late Emperor's nightcaps, and thinks of bestowing one nightcap apiece, if he has them to spare, on all the distinguished old ladies now going. While I write, and arrival from Riga, the brothers, having nightcaps on board for Lord Eldon and others. Last advices from India. Sir Archie, 'tis thought, was near catching a Tartar, the first ever caught in North latitude 21, and His Highness Burmese, being very hard pressed to shell out the rupees, and not having rhino sufficient, they say, meant to pawn his august golden foot for the payment. How lucky for monarchs that thus, when they choose, can establish a running account with the Jews. The security being what Rothschild calls gut, A loan will be shortly, of course, set on foot. The parties are Rothschild, A. Baring and Co., with 3 other great pawnbrokers. Each takes a toe, and engages, lest Goldfoot should give us leg bail, as he did once before, to pay down on the nail. This is all for the present. What vile pens and paper! Yours truly, dear cousin, best love to Miss Draper. September 1826. End of poem. A Vision, by the author of Christabel. Up, said the spirit, and ere I could pray, one hasty horizon whirled me away to a limbo, lying, I wist not where, above or below, in earth or air. For it glimmered o'er with a doubtful light, one couldn't say whether 'twas day or night. And 'twas crossed by many a mazy track, one didn't know how to get on or back. And I felt like a needle that's going astray, with its one eye out, through a bundle of hay. When the spirit he grinned, and whispered to me, "Thou'rt now in the court of chancery." Around me flitted unnumbered swarms Of shapeless, bodiless, tailless forms, Like bottled-up babes that grace the room Of that worthy knight, Sir Everard Home. All of them things half killed in rearing, Some were lame, some wanted hearing, Some had through half a century run, Though they hadn't a leg to stand upon. Others more merry, as just beginning, Around on a point of law were spinning, Or balanced aloft, 'twixt bill and answer, Lead at each end like a tight-rope dancer. Some were so cross that nothing could please 'em, Some gulphed down affidavits to ease 'em. All were in motion, yet never a one, Let it move as it might, could ever move on. These, said the spirit, you plainly see, Are what they call suits in chancery. I heard a loud screaming of old and young, Like a chorus by 50 velutes sung, Or an Irish dump, the words by Moore, At an amateur concert screamed in score. So harsh on my ear that wailing fell Of the wretches who in this limbo dwell. It seemed like the dismal symphony Of the shapes Aeneas in hell did see, Or those frogs whose legs a barbarous cook Cut off, and left the frogs in the brook To cry all night, till life's last dregs, "Give us our legs, give us our legs." Touched with the sad and sorrowful scene, I asked what all this yell might mean. When the spirit replied, with a grin of glee, "'Tis the cry of the suitors in chancery." I looked, and I saw a wizard rise, With a wig like a cloud before men's eyes. In his aged hand he held a wand, Wherewith he beckoned his embryo band, And they moved and moved as he waved it o'er, But they never got on 1 inch the more. And still they kept limping to and fro, Like Ariels round old Prospero, Saying, "Dear master, let us go." But still old Prospero answered no. And I heard the while that wizard elf Muttering spells to himself, While o'er as many old papers he turned As Hume e'er moved for, or Omar burned. He talked of his virtue, though some, less nice, He owned with a sigh, preferred his vice. And he said, I think, I doubt, I hope, Called God to witness, and damned the Pope. With many more sleights of tongue and hand, I couldn't, for the soul of me, understand. Amazed and posed, I was just about To ask his name, when the screams without, The merciless clack of the imps within, And that conjurer's mutterings made such a din, That startled I woke, leapt up in my bed, Found the spirit, the imps, and the conjurer fled, And blessed my stars, right pleased to see That I wasn't as yet in chancery. End of poem. Ode to Ferdinand. Quit the sword, thou king of men, grasp the needle once again. Making petticoats is far safer sport than making war. Trimming is a better thing than being trimmed, O king. Grasp the needle bright with which thou didst for the virgin stitch, garment such as never before monarch stitched or virgin wore. Not for her, O seamster nimble, do I now invoke thy thimble. Not for her thy wanted aid is, but for certain grave old ladies, who now sit in England's cabinet, waiting to be clothed in tabinet, or whatever choice étoffe is, fit for dowagers in office. First thy care, O king, devote to Dame Eldon's petticoat. Make it of that silk whose dye shifts for ever to the eye, just as if it hardly knew whether to be pink or blue, or material fitter yet, if thou couldst a remnant get of that stuff with which, of old, sage Penelope, we're told, still by doing and undoing kept her suitors always wooing. That's the stuff which I pronounce is fittest for Dame Eldon's flounces. After this we'll try thy hand, mantua making, Ferdinand, for old Goody Westmoreland, one who loves like Mother Cole church and state with all her soul, and has passed her life in frolics, worthy of your apostolics. Choose in dressing this old flirt something that won't show the dirt, as from habit every minute Goody Westmoreland is in it. This is all I now shall ask. Hie thee, monarch, to thy task. Finish Eldon's frills and borders, then return for further orders. Oh, what progress for our sake kings in millinery make! Ribbons, garters, and such things are supplied by other kings. Ferdinand his rank denotes by providing petticoats. End of poem. Speech on the Umbrella Question by Lord Eldon. Vos Innumerables Video. Ex Juvenile. Georgii Canningi, 1827. My lords, I'm accused of a trick that God knows is the last into which at my age I could fall, of leading this grave house of peers by their noses, wherever I choose, princes, bishops, and all. My lords, on the question before us at present, no doubt I shall hear 'tis that cursed old fellow, that bugbear of all that is liberal and pleasant, who won't let the lords give the man his umbrella. God forbid that your lordships should knuckle to me. I am ancient, but were I as old as King Priam, not much, I confess, to your credit 'twould be, to mind such a twaddling old Trojan as I am. I own, of our Protestant laws I am jealous, and long as God spares me will always maintain that once having taken men's rights, or umbrellas, we ne'er should consent to restore them again. What security have you, ye bishops and peers, if thus you give back Mr. Bell's parapluie, that he mayn't with its stick come about all your ears, and then where would your Protestant periwigs be? No, Heaven be my judge, were I dying to-day, ere I dropped in the grave like a medlar that's mellow, for God's sake, at that awful moment I'd say, for God's sake, don't give Mr. Bell his umbrella. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 20. From Satirical and Humorous Poems, Part 5, by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Thoughts on the Present Government of Ireland, 1828. Oft have I seen, in gay equestrian pride, some well-rouged youth round Astley's circus ride 2 stately steeds, standing, with graceful straddle, like him of Rhodes, with foot on either saddle. while to soft tunes, some jigs and some andantes, he steers around his light-paced Rosinantes. So rides along, with canter smooth and pleasant, that horseman bold, Lord Anglesey, at present. Papist and Protestant, the coursers twain, that lend their necks to his impartial reign, and round the ring, each honoured as they go, with equal pressure from his gracious toe, to the old medley tune, half Patrick's Day and half Boyne Water, take their cantering way, while Peel, the showman in the middle, cracks his long-lashed whip to cheer the doubtful hacks. Ah, ticklish trial of equestrian art! How blest if neither steed would bolt or start, if Protestants' old restive tricks were gone, and Papists' winkers could be still kept on. But no, false hopes, not even the great Ducrow, 'twixt two such steeds could scrape and overthrow. If solar hacks played Phaeton a trick, what hope, alas, from Hackney's lunatic? If once my lord his graceful balance loses, or fails to keep each foot where each horse chooses, if Peel but gives one extra touch of whip to Papist's tail or Protestant's ear-tip, that instant ends their glorious horsemanship. Off bolt the severed steeds for mischief free, and down between them plumps Lord Anglesey. End of poem. Ode to the Woods and Forests, by one of the Board, 1828. Let other bards to groves repair, where linnets strain their tuneful throats. Mine be the woods and forests where the treasury pours its sweeter notes. No whispering winds have charms for me, nor zephyrs' balmy sighs I ask. To raise the wind for royalty be all our sylvan zephyrs' task. Instead of crystal brooks and floods, and all such vulgar irritation, let Gallic rhino through our woods divert its course of liquidation. Ah, surely Virgil knew full well what woods and forests ought to be, when, sly, he introduced in hell his guinea plant, his bouillon tree. Nor see I why some future day, when short of cash we should not send our Herries down, he knows the way, to see if woods in hell will lend. Long may ye flourish, sylvan haunts, beneath whose branches of expense our gracious King gets all he wants, except a little taste and sense. Long in our golden shade reclined, like him of fair Armida's bowers, may Wellington some wood nymph find to cheer his dozenth lustrum's hours. To rest from toil the great untaught, and soothe the pangs his warlike brain must suffer, when, unused to thought, it tries to think, and tries in vain. O long may woods and forests be preserved in all their teeming graces, to shelter Tory bards like me, who take delight in sylvan places. End of poem. Stanzas from the Banks of the Shannon, 1828. Take back the virgin page. Moore's Irish Melodies. No longer, dear Vesey, feel hurt and uneasy at hearing it said by thy treasury brother, that thou art a sheet of blank paper, my Vesey, and he, the dear innocent placeman, another. For lo, what a service we Irish have done thee, thou now art a sheet of blank paper no more. By St. Patrick, we've scrawled such a lesson upon thee as never was scrawled upon foolscap before. Come, on with your spectacles, noble Lord Duke, or O'Connell has green ones he haply would lend you. Read, Vesey, all o'er, as you can't read a book, and improve by the lesson we bog trotters send you. A lesson in large Roman characters traced, whose awful impressions from you and your kin Of blank-sheeted statesmen will ne'er be effaced, Unless, 'stead of paper, you're mere ass's skin. Shall I help you to construe it? Aye, by the gods, could I risk a translation, you should have a rare one. But pen against sabre is desperate odds, and you, my Lord Duke, as you hinted once, wear one. Again and again I say, read Vesey o'er. You will find him worth all the old scrolls of papyrus that Egypt e'er filled with nonsensical lore, or the learned Champollion e'er wrote of to tire us. All blank as he was, we've returned him on hand, scribbled o'er with a warning to princes and dukes, whose plain simple drift, if they won't understand, though caressed at St. James's, they're fit for St. Luke's. Talk of leaves of the Sibyls, more meaning conveyed is in one single leaf such as now we have spelled on, that e'er hath been uttered by all the old ladies that ever yet spoke from the Sibyls to Eldon. End of poem. Irish Antiquities. According to some learned opinions, the Irish once were Carthaginians, but trusting to more late descriptions, I'd rather say they were Egyptians. My reason's this: the priests of Isis, when forth they marched in long array, employed, 'mongst other grave devices, a sacred ass to lead the way. And still the antiquarian traces 'mong Irish lords this pagan plan, for still in all religious cases they put Lord Roden in the van. End of poem. Resolutions, passed at a late meeting of Reverends and Right Reverends. Resolved, to stick to every particle of every creed and every article, reforming naught or great or little, we'll staunchly stand by every tittle, and scorn the swallow of that soul which cannot boldly bolt the whole. Resolved that, though St. Athanasius in damning souls is rather spacious, though wide and far his curses fall, our Church hath stomach for them all. And those who are not content with such may e'en be damned 10 times as much. Resolved, such liberal souls are we, though hating nonconformity, we yet believe the cash no worse is that comes from nonconformist purses. Indifferent whence the money reaches the pockets of our reverend breeches, to us the jumper's jingling penny chinks with a tone as sweet as any. And even our old friends, yea and nay, may through the nose for ever pray, if also through the nose they'll pay. Resolved, that Hooper, Latimer, and Cranmer all extremely err in taking such a low-bred view of what Lords Spiritual ought to do, all owing to the fact, poor men, that Mother Church was modest then, nor knew what golden eggs her goose the public would in time produce. One Pishgar peep at modern Durham to far more lordly thoughts would stir 'em. Resolved, that when we spiritual lords, whose income just enough affords to keep our spiritual lordships cosy, are told by antiquarians prosy how ancient bishops cut up theirs, giving the poor the largest shares, our answer is, in one short word, we think it pious, but absurd. Those good men made the world their debtor, but we, the Church reformed, know better, and taking all that all can pay, balance the accounts the other way. Resolved, our thanks profoundly due are to last month's quarterly reviewer, who proves, by arguments so clear, one sees how much he holds per year, that England's Church, though out of date, must still be left to lie in state, as dead, as rotten, and as grand as the mummy of King Osmiandas. All pickled snug, the brains drawn out, with costly cerements swathed about, and touch me not, those words terrific, scrawled o'er her in good hieroglyphic. End of poem. Proposals for a Gynecocracy. Addressed to a late radical meeting. Quas ipsa decus sibi dia Camilla, delegit pacisque bonas bellique ministras. Virgil. As Whig reform has had its range, and none of us are yet content, suppose, my friends, by way of change, we try a female parliament. And since of late, with he MPs, we've fared so badly, take to she's. Petticoat patriots flounced John Russells, Burdettes in blonde, and Bromes in bustles. The plan is startling, I confess, but 'tis an affair of dress. Nor see I much there is to choose, 'twixt ladies, so they're thoroughbred ones, in ribbons of all sorts of hues, or lords in only blue or red ones. At least the fiddlers will be winners, whatever other trade advances, as then, instead of cabinet dinners, we'll have, at Almack's, cabinet dances. Nor let this world's important questions depend on ministers' digestions. If Uday's receipts have done things ill, to Weipert's band they may go better. There's Lady X in one quadrille, would settle Europe if you'd let her. And who the deuce or asks or cares, when Whigs or Tories have undone 'em, whether they've danced through state affairs, or simply, duly, dined upon 'em? Hurrah then for the petticoats, to them we pledge our free-born votes. We'll have all she, and only she. Pert blues shall act as best debaters, old dowagers our bishops be, and termagants our agitators. If Vestris, to oblige the nation, her own Olympus will abandon, and help to prop the administration, I can't have better legs to stand on. The famed Macaulay, Miss, shall show each evening forth in learned oration, shall move, midst general cries of "Oh!" for full returns of population. And finally, to crown the whole, the Princess Olive, royal soul, shall from her bower in Banco Regis descend to bless her faithful lieges, and mid our union's loyal chorus reign jollily for ever o'er us. End of poem. The Consultation. When they do agree, their unanimity is wonderful. The Critic, 1833. Scene discovers Dr. Whig and Dr. Tory in consultation. Patient on the floor between them. Dr. Whig. This wild Irish patient does pester me so, that what to do with him I'm cursed if I know. I've promised him anodynes. Dr. Tory. Anodynes? Stuff! Tie him down, gag him well, he'll be tranquil enough. That's my mode of practice. Dr. Whig. True, quite in your line, but unluckily not much till lately in mine. 'Tis so painful. Dr. Tory. Pooh, nonsense, ask Uday how he feels, when, for epicure feasts, he prepares his live eels, by flinging 'em in 'twixt the bars of the fire, and letting them wriggle on till they tire. He, too, says 'tis painful, quite makes his heart bleed, but your eels are a vile oleaginous breed. He would fain use them gently, but cookery says no. And, in short, eels were born to be treated just so. 'Tis the same with these Irish, who're odder fish still. Your tender Whig heart shrinks from using them ill. I, myself, in my youth, ere I came to get wise, used at some operations to blush to the eyes. But in fact, my dear brother, if I may make bold, To style you as Peachum did Locket of old, we doctors must act with the firmness of Uday, and, indifferent like him, so the fish is but stewed, must torture live pats for the general good. Here patient groans and kicks a little. Dr. Whig. But what if one's patient's so devilish perverse that he won't be thus tortured? Dr. Tory. Coerce, sir, coerce. You're a juvenile performer, but once you begin, you can't think how fast you may train your hand in. And, smiling, who knows but old Tory may take to the shelf, with the comforting thought that in place and in pelf, he's succeeded by one just as bad as himself. Dr. Whig, looking flattered. Why, to tell you the truth, I've a small matter here, which you helped me to make for my patient last year. Goes to a cupboard and brings out a strait waistcoat and gag. And such rest I've enjoyed from his raving since then, that I've made up my mind he shall wear it again. Dr. Tory, embracing him. Oh, charming! My dear Dr. Whig, you're a treasure. Next to torturing myself, to help you is a pleasure. Assisting Dr. Whig. Give me leave, I've some practice in these mad machines. There, tighter, the gag in the mouth by all means. Delightful, all snug, not a squeak need you fear. You may now put your anodynes off till next year. Scene closes. End of poem. Paddy's Metamorphosis, 1833. About 50 years since, in the days of our daddies, that plan was commenced which the wise now applaud, of shipping off Ireland's most turbulent paddies as good raw materials for settlers abroad. Some West Indian island, whose name I forget, was the region then chosen for this scheme so romantic, and such the success the first colony met, that a second soon after set sail o'er the Atlantic. Behold them now safe at the long-looked-for shore, sailing in between banks that the Shannon might greet, and thinking of friends whom but 2 years before they had sorrowed to lose, but would soon again meet. And hark, from the shore a glad welcome there came. "Arrah, Paddy, from Cork, is it you, my sweet boy?" While Pat stood astounded to hear his own name thus hailed by black devils who capered for joy. Can it possibly be? Half amazement, half doubt, Pat listens again, rubs his eyes and looks steady, then heaves a deep sigh, and in horror yells out, "Good Lord, only think, black and curly already!" Deceived by that well-mimicked brogue in his ears, Pat reads his own doom in these wool-headed figures, and thought, what a climate, in less than 2 years, to turn a whole cargo of Pats into niggers. Moral. 'Tis thus, but alas, by a marvel more true than is told in this rival of Ovid's best stories. Your Whigs, when in office a short year or two, by a lusus naturae all turn into Tories. And thus when I hear them strong measures advise, ere the seats that they sit on have time to get steady, I say, while I listen with tears in my eyes, "Good Lord, only think, black and curly already!" End of poem. Epistle from Henry of Exeter to John of Tuam. Dear John, as I know, like our brother of London, you've sipped of all knowledge, both sacred and mundane. No doubt in some ancient Joe Miller you've read what Cato, that cunning old Roman, once said, that he ne'er saw two reverend soothsayers meet, let it be where it might, in the shrine or the street, without wondering the rogues, mid their solemn grimaces, didn't burst out a-laughing in each other's faces. What Cato then meant, though 'tis so long ago, even we in the present times pretty well know. having soothsayers also, who, sooth to say, John, are no better in some points than those of days gone, and a pair of whom, meeting between you and me, might laugh in their sleeves, too, all lawn though they be. But this, by the way, my intention being chiefly in this my first letter to hint to you briefly, that, seeing how fond you of tuum must be, while meum's at all times the main point with me, we scarce could do better than form an alliance, to set these sad anti-church times at defiance. You, John, recollect, being still to embark, with no share in the firm but your title and mark, or even should you feel in your grandeur inclined to call yourself Pope, why, I shouldn't much mind, while my church as usual holds fast by your tuum, and every one else's, to make it all suum. Thus allied, I've no doubt we shall nicely agree, as no twins can be liker in most points than we, both specimens choice of that mixed sort of beast. See Revelations chapter 13, verse 1, a political priest. Both mettlesome chargers, both brisk pamphleteers, ripe and ready for all that sets men by the ears. And I, at least one, who would scorn to stick longer by any given cause than I found it the stronger, and who, smooth in my turnings as if on a swivel, when the tone ecclesiastic won't do, try the civil. In short, not to bore you, even jure divino, we've the same cause in common, John, all but the rhino. And that vulgar surplus, whate'er it may be, as you're not used to cash, John, you'd best leave to me. And so, without form, as the postman won't tarry, I'm, dear Jack of Tuam, yours, Exeter Harry. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 21. From Miscellaneous Poems by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. On reading Lord Byron's Memoirs. Venice. Lord Byron's Memoirs written by himself. Reflections when about to read them. Let me, a moment, ere with fear and hope Of gloomy, glorious things these leaves I ope, as one in fairy tale, to whom the key of some enchanter's secret halls is given, doubts while he enters, slowly, tremblingly, if he shall meet with shapes from hell or heaven. Let me a moment think what thousands live O'er the wide earth this instant, who would give, Gladly, whole sleepless nights to bend the brow Over these precious leaves, as I do now. How all who know, and where is he unknown, to what far region have his songs not flown, like Sappho's birds, speaking their master's name in every language syllabled by fame. How all who felt the various spells combined within the circle of that master mind, like spells derived from many a star and met together in some wondrous amulet, would burn to know when first the light awoke in his young soul, and if the gleams that broke from that aurora of his genius raised more pain or bliss in those on whom they blazed, would love to trace the unfolding of that power, which hath grown ampler, grander every hour, and feel in watching o'er his first advance, as did the Egyptian traveller, when he stood by the young Nile, and fathomed with his lance the first small fountains of that mighty flood. They, too, who mid the scornful thoughts that dwell in his rich fancy, tinging all its streams, as if the star of bitterness which fell on earth of old had touched them with its beams, can track a spirit which, though driven to hate, from nature's hands came kind, affectionate, and which even now, struck as it is with blight, comes out, at times, in love's own native light. How gladly all who've watched these struggling rays Of a bright ruined spirit through his lays, Would here inquire, as from his own frank lips, what desolating grief, what wrongs had driven That noble nature into cold eclipse. Like some fair orb that, once a sun in heaven, And born, not only to surprise, but cheer With warmth and lustre all within its sphere, Is now so quenched, that of its grandeur lasts Nought but the wide, cold shadow which it casts. Eventful volume, whatsoe'er the change Of scene and clime, the adventures bold and strange, The griefs, the frailties, but too frankly told, The loves, the feuds thy pages may unfold, If truth, with half so prompt a hand unlocks His virtues as his failings, we shall find The record there of friendships held like rocks, And enmities like sun-touched snow resigned, Of fealty cherished without change or chill, In those who served him young and serve him still, Of generous aid, given with that noiseless art Which wakes not pride to many a wounded heart, Of acts, but no, not from himself must aught Of the bright features of his life be sought. While they, who court the world like Milton's cloud, Turn forth their silver lining on the crowd, This gifted being wraps himself in night, And, keeping all that softens and adorns And gilds his social nature hid from sight, Turns but its darkness on a world he scorns. End of poem. Lines on the death of Sheridan. Principibus placuisse viris. Horatio. Yes, grief will have way, but the last falling tear Shall be mingled with deep execrations on those Who could bask in that spirit's Median career, And yet leave it thus lonely and dark at its close. Whose vanity flew round him only while fed By the odour his fame in its summer time gave, Whose vanity now, with quick scent for the dead, Like the ghoul of the East, comes to feed at his grave. Oh, it sickens the heart to see bosoms so hollow, And spirits so mean in the great and high-born, To think what a long line of titles may follow The relics of him who died friendless and lorn. How proud they can press to the funeral array Of one whom they shunned in his sickness and sorrow. How bailiffs may seize his last blanket to-day, Whose pall shall be held up by nobles to-morrow. And thou, too, whose life, a sick epicure's dream, Incoherent and gross, even grosser had passed, Were it not for that cordial and soul-giving beam, Which his friendship and wit o'er thy nothingness cast. No, not for the wealth of the land that supplies thee With millions to heap upon foppery's shrine, No, not for the riches of all who despise thee, Though this would make Europe's whole opulence mine, Would I suffer what, even in the heart that thou hast, All mean as it is, must have consciously burned, When the pittance which shame had wrung from thee at last, And which found all his wants at an end, was returned. Was this then the fate, future ages will say, When some names will live but in history's curse, When truth will be heard, and these lords of a day Be forgotten as fools, or remembered as worse? Was this then the fate of that high-gifted man, The pride of the palace, the bower and the hall, The orator, dramatist, minstrel, who ran Through each mode of the lyre, and was master of all, whose mind was an essence compounded with art from the finest and best of all other men's powers, who ruled like a wizard the world of the heart, and could call up its sunshine or bring down its showers, whose humour, as gay as the firefly's light, played round every subject, and shone as it played, whose wit, in the combat as gentle as bright, ne'er carried a heart stain away on its blade, whose eloquence, brightening whatever it tried, whether reason or fancy, the gay or the grave, was as rapid, as deep, and as brilliant a tide, as ever bore freedom aloft on its wave. Yes, such was the man, and so wretched his fate, and thus, sooner or later, shall all have to grieve, who waste their morn's dew in the beams of the great, and expect 'twill return to refresh them at eve. In the woods of the north there are insects that prey on the brain of the elk till his very last sigh. O Genius, thy patrons, more cruel than they, first feed on thy brains, and then leave thee to die. End of poem. Sir John Stevenson, from Rhymes on the Road. And still, to lead our evening choir, was he invoked, thy loved one's sire. He who, if aught of grace there be in the wild notes I write or sing, first smoothed their links of harmony, and lent them charms they did not bring. He of the gentlest, simplest heart, with whom, employed in his sweetest art, that art which gives this world of ours a notion how they speak in heaven, I've passed more bright and charmed hours than all earth's wisdom could have given. O happy days, O early friends, how life since then hath lost its flowers! But yet, though time some foliage rends, the stem, the friendship, still is ours, and long may it endure, as green and fresh as it hath always been. How I have wandered from my theme! But where is he that could return to such cold subjects from a dream through which these best of feelings burn? Not all the works of science, art, or genius in this world are worth one genuine sigh that from the heart friendship or love draws freshly forth. End of poem. A remonstrance, after a conversation with Lord John Russell, in which he had intimated some idea of giving up all political pursuits. What? Thou, with thy genius, thy youth, and thy name, thou born of a Russell, whose instinct to run the accustomed career of thy sires is the same as the eaglet's to soar with his eyes on the sun, whose nobility comes to thee stamped with a seal far, far more ennobling than monarch e'er set, with the blood of thy race offered up for the weal of a nation that swears by that martyrdom yet. Shalt thou be faint-hearted and turn from the strife, from the mighty arena, where all that is grand and devoted and pure and adorning in life, 'tis for high-thoughted spirits like thine to command? Oh no, never dream it, while good men despair between tyrants and traitors, and timid men bow, never think for an instant thy country can spare such a light from her darkening horizon as thou, with a spirit as meek as the gentlest of those who in life's sunny valley lie sheltered and warm, yet bold and heroic as ever yet rose to the top cliffs of fortune, and breasted her storm, with an ardour for liberty, fresh as, in youth, it first kindles the bard and gives life to his lyre, yet mellowed even now by the mildness of truth which tempers but chills not the patriot fire, with an eloquence not like those rills from a height, which sparkle and foam, and in vapour are o'er, but a current that works out its way into light through the filtering recesses of thought and of lore. Thus gifted thou never canst sleep in the shade, if the stirrings of genius, the music of fame, and the charms of thy cause have not power to persuade, yet think how to freedom thou'rt pledged by thy name. Like the boughs of that laurel, by Delphi's decree set apart for the fane and its service divine, so the branches that spring from the old Russell tree are by Liberty claimed for the use of her shrine. End of poem. My Birthday. My birthday. What a different sound that word had in my youthful ears, and how each time the day comes round, less and less white its mark appears. When first our scanty years are told, it seems like pastime to grow old. And, as youth counts the shining links that time around him binds so fast, pleased with the task, he little thinks how hard that chain will press at last. Vain was the man, and false as vain, who said, were he ordained to run his long career of life again, he would do all that he had done. Ah, 'tis not thus the voice that dwells in sober birthdays speaks to me. For otherwise of time it tells, lavished unwisely, carelessly, of counsel mocked, of talents made haply for high and pure designs, but oft, like Israel's incense, laid upon unholy earthly shrines. Of nursing many a wrong desire, of wandering after love too far, and taking every meteor fire that crossed my pathway for his star. All this it tells, and could I trace the imperfect picture o'er again, with power to add, retouch, efface, the lights and shades and joy and pain, how little of the past would stay, how quickly all should melt away, all but that freedom of the mind which hath been more than wealth to me. Those friendships in my boyhood twined, and kept till now unchangingly, and that dear home, that saving ark, where love's true light at last I've found, cheering within, when all grows dark and comfortless and stormy round. End of poem. To Lady Holland, on Napoleon's legacy of a snuff-box. Gift of the hero on his dying day, to her whose pity watched for ever nigh. Oh, could he see the proud, the happy ray this relic lights up in her generous eye, sighing, he'd feel how easy 'tis to pay a friendship all his kingdoms could not buy. Paris, July 1821. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 22, from Odes of Anacreon by Thomas Moore, read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Ode number 8. I care not for the idle state of Persia's king, the rich, the great. I envy not the monarch's throne, nor wish the treasured gold my own. But oh, be mine the rosy wreath, its freshness o'er my brow to breathe. Be mine the rich perfumes that flow, to cool and scent my locks of snow. To-day I'll haste to quaff my wine, as if to-morrow ne'er would shine. But if to-morrow comes, why, then, I'll haste to quaff my wine again. And thus, while all our days are bright, nor time has dimmed their bloomy light, Let us the festal hours beguile With mantling cup and cordial smile, And shed from each new bowl of wine The richest drop on Bacchus' shrine. For death may come with brow unpleasant, May come when least we wish him present, And beckon to the sable shore, And grimly bid us drink no more. End of poem. Ode number 14. Count me on the summer trees, Every leaf that courts the breeze. Count me on the foamy deep, Every wave that sinks to sleep. Then, when you have numbered these Billowy tides and leafy trees, Count me all the flames I prove, All the gentle nymphs I love. First, of pure Athenian maids, Sporting in their olive shades, You may reckon just a score. Nay, I'll grant you 15 more. In the famed Corinthian grove, Where such countless wantons rove, Chains of beauties may be found, Chains by which my heart is bound. There indeed are nymphs divine, Dangerous to a soul like mine. Many bloom in Lesbos' isle, Many in Ionia smile. Rhodes a pretty swarm can boast, Caria too contains a host. Sum them all, of brown and fair, You may count 2,000 there. What, you stare? I pray you peace, More I'll find before I cease. Have I told you all my flames 'Mong the amorous Syrian dames? Have I numbered every one Glowing under Egypt's sun, Or the nymphs who blushing sweet Deck the shrines of love in Crete, Where the gods with festal play Hold eternal holiday? Still in clusters, still remain Gades' warm desiring train. Still there lies a myriad more On the sable India's shore. These, and many far removed, All are loving, all are loved. End of poem. Ode number 34. O thou, of all creation blest, Sweet insect, that delightest to rest Upon the wild wood's leafy tops, To drink the dew that morning drops, And chirp thy song with such a glee That happiest kings may envy thee. Whatever decks the velvet field, Whate'er the circling seasons yield, Whatever buds, whatever blows, For thee it buds, for thee it grows. Nor yet art thou the peasant's fear, To him thy friendly notes are dear. For thou art mild as matin dew, And still when summer's flowery hue Begins to paint the bloomy plain, We hear thy sweet prophetic strain. Thy sweet prophetic strain we hear, And bless the notes, and thee revere. The Muses love thy shrilly tone, Apollo calls thee all his own. 'Twas he who gave that voice to thee, 'Tis he who tunes thy minstrelsy. Unworn by age's dim decline, The fadeless blooms of youth are thine. Melodious insect, child of earth, In wisdom mirthful, wise in mirth, Exempt from every weak decay, That withers vulgar frames away. With not a drop of blood to stain The current of thy purer vein, So blest an age is passed by thee, Thou seemest a little deity. End of poem. Ode number 55. While we invoke the wreathed spring, Resplendent rose, to thee we'll sing. Whose breath perfumes the Olympian bowers, Whose virgin blush, of chastened dye, Enchants so much our mortal eye. When pleasure's springtide season glows, The Graces love to wreathe the rose, And Venus, in its fresh blown leaves, An emblem of herself perceives. Oft hath the poet's magic tongue the rose's fair luxuriance sung, and long the Muses, heavenly maids, have reared it in their tuneful shades. When, at the early glance of morn, it sleeps upon the glittering thorn, 'tis sweet to dare the tangled fence, to cull the timid floweret thence, and wipe with tender hand away the tear that on its blushes lay. 'Tis sweet to hold the infant stems, yet dropping with Aurora's gems, and fresh inhale the spicy sighs that from the weeping buds arise. When revel reigns, when mirth is high, and Bacchus beams in every eye, our rosy fillets scent exhale, and fill with balm the fainting gale. There's nought in nature bright or gay, where roses do not shed their ray. When morning paints the orient skies, her fingers burn with roseate dyes. Young nymphs betray the rose's hue, o'er whitest arms it kindles through. In Cytherea's form it glows, and mingles with the living snows. The rose distills a healing balm, the beating pulse of pain to calm, preserves the cold inured clay, and mocks the vestige of decay. And when, at length, in pale decline, its florid beauties fade and pine, sweet as in youth its balmy breath diffuses odour even in death. Oh, whence could such a plant have sprung? Listen, for thus the tale is sung. When, humid from the silvery stream, effusing beauty's warmest beam, Venus appeared in flushing hues, mellowed by ocean's briny dews. When, in the starry courts above, the pregnant brain of mighty Jove disclosed the nymph of azure glance, the nymph who shakes the martial lance. Then, in strange eventful hour, the earth produced an infant flower, which sprung in blushing glories dressed, and wantoned o'er its parent breast. The gods beheld this brilliant birth, and hailed the rose, the boon of earth. With nectar drops, a ruby tide, the sweetly orient buds they dyed, and bade them bloom, the flowers divine of him who gave the glorious vine, and bade them on the spangled thorn expand their bosoms to the morn. End of poem. Ode No. 61. Youth's endearing charms are fled, hoary locks deform my head, bloomy graces, dalliance gay, all the flowers of life decay. Withering age begins to trace sad memorials o'er my face. Time has shed its sweetest bloom, all the future must be gloom. This it is that sets me sighing, dreary is the thought of dying. Lone and dismal is the road down to Pluto's dark abode, and when once the journey's o'er, we can return no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Section 23. Epigram by Thomas Moore. Read for LibriVox.org by NoelBadrian. Epigram from the Greek. Around the tomb, O bard divine, where soft thy hallowed brow reposes, long may the deathless ivy twine, and summer spread her waste of roses. And there shall many a fount distil, and many a rill refresh the flowers, but wine shall be each purple rill, and every fount be milky showers. Thus, shade of him whom nature taught to tune his lyre and soul to pleasure, who gave to love his tenderest thought, who gave to love his fondest measure. Thus, after death, if shades can feel, Thou mayest, from odours round thee streaming, A pulse of past enjoyment steal, And live again in blissful dreaming. End of poem. And end of Poetry of Thomas Moore.